Okay, welcome to the 2026 Cayuga Duels here live at the Ithaca Inlet. Okay, so here we're live at the Ithaca Inlet for the first race of the men's rowing season and the second for the women's. We have 5 teams here today. We have the Ithaca crew, which is their home course, William Smith, Hobart, Hamilton, and Skidmore. We will be your commentators today. My name is Ashan Chandrasena,
I'm Parrish Lance.
and we will be giving you a play-by-play today. We're going to now go to the shoreline for our shoreline commentator, Connor Smith.
Ashan, thanks so very much. So happy to be with you guys here today as we kick off the rowing season here on Cayuga Inlet. Now, folks, I was here yesterday as the Big Red kicked off their rowing season at Cornell. And the weather conditions were a little bit different than they are today. We've been seeing all sorts of fluctuating weather here in Ithaca, New York over the past month. But yesterday we saw a little bit of snow, we saw a little bit of rain, the sun started peeking out. Today is going to be a little bit more predictable. We have about 80% cloud coverage, currently sitting around 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're going to get up into the low to mid 50s as we move throughout the day. Got wind speeds around 11 miles per hour, so it's going to play a little bit of a factor in today's regattas, but shouldn't be too much of an effect. I'll be down here by the shoreline all day, bringing you more updates, live interviews, and so much more. But for now, let's kick it back to the boathouse.
Okay, so as the boats are getting ready and lined up with the stake boats, we are getting ready for the first race of the day, which is the women's varsity 4 race. In this race, we have Ithaca College in lane 2, and we have William Smith in lane 3. So, Parish, as we heard, the weather conditions were all over the place yesterday. How do you think it's going to fare today?
It's going to be 1,000 times better today than it was yesterday with a blinding snow squall, and the teams would not be able to fly.
Yeah, no. So, Ithaca College technically has the home field advantage as they're used to this inlet in this weather. However, it is William Smith has come and raced on this course before. So, do you think either of them have a slight edge?
I think as soon as they start rowing, we will know. But I think
Yeah.
the ladies in the yellow hats definitely will have a home field advantage. They know the turns a lot better, and they'll probably deal better with the little bit of wind that they have.
Yeah. So just a little on the lineups. Oh, wait, they are off.
It's a great drone shot. As a fan, this is a great opportunity to watch rowing, which you couldn't even see from the side of the inlet.
Yeah, no, shout out to Ithaca Drone Squad for letting people who love the sport be able to watch it. So off from the start, we have William Smith with a slight lead. They're making their way down the inlet, but Ithaca is trying to catch up.
It looks like the women are going very steady on the Ithaca side, trying to gain on their opponents there.
Yeah, Ithaca is not letting up. And as we see right here, we have a lineup of who is in the Ithaca Women's 4. Coxon Cameron Silberman, 4-seat Julia Sweet, 3-seat Jamie Friedlander, 2-seat Maeve Van Jura, and 1-seat Lucy Marcus. Okay, they are approaching the first pedestrian bridge. Going into it, William Smith has quite the lead, but the women's 4 of Ithaca is not giving up.
It looks like they're just trying to settle into a pace, and I can't really tell. It does look like there's a bit of a tailwind out there.
Yeah. Okay, so we're looking at roughly potentially a boat length between the two boats.
So it looks like Ithaca is hanging back a bit as we approach the first 500 mark, right?
Yes. Yeah. William Smith is settling into a pace with that little boat length of a lead.
It's hard to tell at this point if the Aarons might be opening it up a little bit. And maybe they have a slightly higher stroke rate.
It does look like that blades are going in the water at a more consistent and faster pace than the Ithaca women. That being said, this is only reaching the point of the first, or we're in the first 500. For those who have viewed this course before, there are multiple points on this course that either team can push ahead or lose seats.
I don't know about the William Smith team, but I know the Ithaca women are just coming back from a nice training trip in Georgia, so it's not their first race, so they're
Yes.
a little bit more settled in than the men will be probably.
Okay, so we're roughly a bit past the 500-meter point. We are reaching roughly the 1,000. We're getting close to the 1,000-meter point, which is the two bridges. The Ithaca women know that those two bridges, which we are now seeing William Smith approach, are a really good point for crews to gain a lead if they are behind. This is where the bend occurs in the inlet, and it is a good place for experienced crews to be able to push ahead.
This is an opportunity for the coxswain to
Yes.
show their stuff, to get a little bit of an edge as we go through the bridges and around the turns. It'll be interesting to see if the times today are a bit faster than they were in the challenging weather conditions of yesterday. Now that the temperature's above freezing.
Temperatures above freezing. As you mentioned, we have a tailwind as well, which is beneficial coming down this course. So William Smith has cleared the 1,000-meter mark, and they are approaching the final bridge. But as we can see, Ithaca is not letting up. They are continuing to push. And it will be interesting to see what calls the coxswains make.
Well, also, this middle 1,000 is a bit of a grind.
Yes, it is.
And trying to find that inspiration, so maybe when they get through to the last 800, 500, and they start gearing up for their sprint, it'll be great to see what kind of a move both the teams will make. Also, for the William Smith team that has a pretty big lead.
Yep.
It's not their only race of the day.
True.
So we might not see a huge burst out of them at the 500. It's a nice short shot there.
Yeah. Okay. Now, while the women's race is wrapping up, we have the men's four that has taken off. The Ithaca men's varsity four has taken off. Ithaca is in lane 2, Hobart in lane 3.
It's not exactly glassy out
No,
there.
it is not.
They have to stay very, very focused.
Okay, and we are back to the women's four. William Smith is reaching the Boatyard Grill and the buoy line, which signifies the 1500 mark. The Ithaca women are tailing behind.
It'd be interesting to see if the Ithaca women are going to lean in a little bit, increase their stroke rate, and give us a burst here at the last 500 to gain on William Smith.
Yeah, as the Ithaca women approach the 500-meter mark, what call will that coxswain make? Both crews have passed the boatyard grill and the boathouse and are in that last 500. It looks like both have started to do a push.
The stroke rate's definitely up, and we're seeing a bit more action on the puddles there.
Yeah, definitely. That pushing it away. It seems despite that lead, William Smith does not want to give an inch to the Ithaca women's team.
This is great to have such a close-up view. We're just above the coxswain. This is tremendous.
And there we have it. William Smith's approaching the finish line. Flag has dropped, which means they've crossed it.
We'll see how the Ithaca women are going to finish powering across the line here. They'll be digging in.
Yes, and as we can see, similar to William Smith, we can see them also having increased their stroke rate, as well as pushing those puddles away as they go towards the finish line. As you also mentioned before of the footage and being able to see this race, if it wasn't for this live stream and the drone coverage, the farmers market, there's a little jut out at the farmers market that you can sit at, and that's the best place to typically view this finish line. Okay, we're back to the men's four with Hobart in the lead, but the Ithaca men are close behind. In the Ithaca men's varsity 4, we have coxswain Jack Hawkins, 4-seat Cameron Strong, 3-seat Brett Makowski, 2-seat Max Spencer, and 1-seat Jack Neal.
And here they are going through that middle grind, that 1,000.
Yeah,
it looks
that
like
middle
they've
ground.
settled into a nice pace, great puddles, and their Ithaca men are keeping within a very long boat length of
roughly maybe a boat length and a half between them and Hobart. We can see the buoy line right now, which means they're approaching the 1500 mark. Boatyard Grill, we can see on the live stream there's groups of people cheering them on. Once again, what call will the coxswains make? So we can see while Hobart has set into a rhythm, we can see an active increase in the Ithaca men's stroke rate and them pushing those puddles away as they're aiming to close that gap in this last 500 meters.
That's a nice push out of both of these crews. That's the way you want to finish up that last 500. It's hard to tell from the water which, if they have a tailwind, a crosswind, a headwind, or all.
Yeah, all of them at this point. And that's the one thing about the Ithaca Inlet is that the weather is unpredictable.
Also, the teams will come into a little bit more weather as they come past that boatyard grill.
Yep.
The inlet's such a great venue for racing because it's so protected. But when they come out here, they have a little bit more, and also the coxswains have to manage that
Yeah.
to get the crews squared away.
Both teams are continuing to push through as they approach the finish line.
And that's Hobart Crossing well ahead
Yeah.
of the bombers there. But here's a great shot to let we see how strong, that's a nice, strong, smooth finish out of the bombers
Yeah.
right there. Nicely done. And you see the eights getting ready.
Okay, and now we're going to join Connor Smith at the shoreline.
Should I look at that?
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys. I'm now here with Frida Camacho from Hamilton College, who will be competing in the 3V regatta later. Frida, how are you feeling about the race today?
I'm feeling really good. We just had a training trip in Clemson for 2 weeks, so we've been really working on our technique and our like practicing together. So yeah.
And I assume that a training trip like that really brings the team together and sets a culture for your team. Tell me a bit about what the team culture is looking like heading into the season.
I mean, I think we really bonded in Clemson. I got really close with a lot of my suite mates and stuff. And I'm a freshman, so it's kind of nice to like get to know some of the older teammates as well. But I think we're super hype. We're a really close team, and we're really excited to show what we've got on the water today.
Amazing. How about this weather today? You know, this isn't the worst weather it can get in Ithaca. We got a bit of a wind chill, but the temperatures are starting to rise. How are you feeling in this weather? Are you comfortable in this?
Yeah, definitely. We had a couple of really rainy, windy days in Clemson, and so we're pretty used to like the rain, the wind, the cold. We just got matching like long sleeves too, so we're gonna be nice and warm.
Amazing. Well, Frida, thanks so much and good luck to you later.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, back to you guys in the boathouse.
It's a cold duty in the stake boats today.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. We're just looking at one of the teams, potentially William Smith, going past the safe boats to get ready to be line up for potentially that next race.
I think we posted the time for the women's 4 with Ithaca at 9:31:33, and William Smith with a nice lead, finishing at 8:50:15. That may be the view of the Skidmore boat getting ready for the.
Yeah, getting ready potentially for the women's 1V race, which is what's next up on the docket. It's always so interesting seeing the inlet from this view. As a rower who's rown on the inlet and trains here all the time, it's so used to seeing the inlet from specific landmarks versus seeing this drone footage of what it looks like. Coach Stangle likes to say that you typically, when you're racing, you kind of put your blinders on for the first 500, so you're not really paying attention to what's going on around you, and even after that, you're focused on getting your blade in and out of the water, so your coxswain's calls are all that tell you what's happening. So it's really nice to see the inlet for all its glory right now.
And you're supposed to be focused on the back of the skull in front of you. That's
Yeah.
the
That your
that's
head's supposed to stay in the boat.
yes, exactly. Don't take in any of this fantastic scenery.
Exactly. We're waiting for official confirmation, but potential times for the men's 4 race are Ithaca with 7:31.4 and Hobart, who won, with 7:14.2.
These teams are very fortunate to have so much high-level competition
Yeah.
so close to each other. It's a shame that it was rescheduled, that
Yeah.
Washington College didn't get to participate
True.
in the races today.
Yeah, and so now live, as you mentioned, the women's 4 results with William Smith coming in first with an 8:50.15, and the Ithaca women's 4 coming in second with a 9:31.33.
But like I was saying, it's great that yesterday was a day to reschedule.
Yeah,
No doubt
no.
about it. But it's so great that all these teams are a bus ride away.
True.
And it's not a flight. And very fortunate to get this level of racing and all these teams here today. There's the women. This is a nice challenge for the coxswain right here, isn't it?
Yep.
Spinning the
No.
boat.
Spinning the boat. Also keeping in mind that with the current season, the inlet isn't super shallow, but that being said, they can't get too close to either edge of the inlet, not just to run the risk of damaging the boats, but to avoid hitting that oars on the ground. So it truly is a show of coxswain and oars women and men's skill to be able to navigate the boat and line it up with their stake boats.
It's been a little low, so
Yeah.
there's a few skegs.
There's a few skegs that we have lost.
That are down.
We've just started racing again in the Hudsons because the water level has reached a point that we're able to safely be in the inlet without running the risk of debris or shallowness causing an issue. That being said, the coxswains are always trying their best to be aware of any debris, keeping their eyes out. And the last thing you need is to lose a skeg during a race. Now we're getting ready for the women's varsity 8. So the first varsity 8. We have coxswain Peyton Fisk, 8 seat Emma Thorne, 7 seat Nora Stewart, 6 seat Samantha Gallagher, 5 seat Alex Catlin, 4 seat Emmeline Robinson, 3 seat Kai Link, 2 seat Hope Oliveira, and 1 seat Julia Di Costanzo. Special shout out to Kai Link, who is named CRCA Athlete to Watch for the 2026 rowing season.
So if we're watching, that's seat 3.
Yeah,
focus.
That's seat 3. We're watching both boats row up.
I know there's a lot of fans and parents who wished that athletes were more like the Ithaca women's rowing team with their iconic and steadfast yellow hats.
Yes, it is. I still remember seeing those hats and asking Coach Tangle why the men's team does not have something like that. And it's also very distinct. You know which boat the Ithaca women are in with those hats. So we have Ithaca in lane 2 and William Smith in lane 3.
So just waiting for the coxswains to get their final alignment. It is challenging, as you can see the ripples on the water.
Mm-hmm. Not backing into it, as we can see. And they are off.
The Ithaca women have a nice high stroke rate right there.
Yes. And as you can see, no one team has dominated the start. They're both pretty head to head. William Smith seems to have a seat of a lead, but beyond that, the Ithaca women are holding on strong.
So this will be the point where people are trying to balance their excitement and their focus.
Yes. It's quite easy to get lost in that start and set quite a high stroke rate. But again, we are only in the first 500 meters. So as the rowers come down from their start, it is up to them, their coxswain, and the game plan that they made to find the stroke rate that works for them.
So finishing up that first 500 and the middle 1,000 that we've mentioned.
Yeah.
Some people say you settle into the rate, but it's not really settling, is it?
No, it is not. It's pretty easy to talk about settling into a rate, but as you can see, these boats are so close together that both of them are clearly continuing to fight to see who is pulling ahead. Every seat that William Smith seems to go ahead to the Ithaca women are pulling just as hard to make sure that they aren't giving any more seats up.
So here we'll see the fruits of the Ithaca women's trip to Georgia.
Yes, we will.
See how they've done in working through that.
So here they come, approaching the two bridges. As we mentioned before, this is where there's a bend. The William Smith team in lane 3 is in the larger lane, so there's a larger curve compared to the other two lanes. So this could be a point for the Ithaca women to pull ahead.
We may see some magic happen under these bridges.
Yes, we may. There we have it. We can clearly see the Ithaca women are continuing to pick up the pace. They've passed the 1,000-meter mark.
You can tell right there that angle that you were talking about, Ashan, where the boats seem to come a little bit closer together, and it looks almost like Ithaca has less water to cover.
Yeah. Incredible work from the William Smith coxswain from being able to take that turn and immediately straighten out so they weren't in any form of a lane violation.
Looks like both these eights are working very hard to stay smooth and clear the puddles as they're making their way down the course.
The Ithaca women are not backing down. They're continuing to push. As you mentioned, those puddles are getting further and further away between each stroke.
It looks like Williams is it's hard to tell if they're maintaining, opening up, but as you say, the Ithaca women keep pushing, but William Smith with significant boat plus lead.
Yeah. And now they're approaching the 1,500-meter mark, so they're passing Boatyard Grill and the boathouse.
This is where they'll get the bulk of their cheering and support.
Yes, they
So
will, and we're hoping that that's going to invigorate them even more to push further. And once again, we can actively see an increase in the stroke rate of the Ithaca women.
this is where they're going to dump it all out. They've got to finish strong, because this is what they've been training for. And it's great to get into that routine of finishing out your race plan, going all out right here in the last 500 for the finish.
It seems William Smith is following along with that same sentiment, pushing away as well.
Yeah, William Smith they're finishing. They're smoothly and powerfully going to come across that line well ahead of the Ithaca women. They've got their sprint swing, as we can see from that.
Yeah.
Their body angles are increased dramatically from that middle 1,000. There they go, right across the finish. The William Smith Women's 1V. Nice race.
And the Ithaca women not far behind. There we go.
And here's our next race coming up. This will be Hamilton versus Skidmore.
Skidmore.
And Hamilton's just, again, challenge for the coxswain, backing their way into the stake boat. And again, blessings on these volunteers for that stake boat work, because it's not just cold, it's also wet.
Yes, it is. I can only imagine how tough it was yesterday for the stake boat holders who were out there while it was raining and snowing.
Yep.
And the wind was much stronger than it is today.
Yesterday, the ski goggles would also be rowing goggles.
Yep. So we have Hamilton in lane 2 and Skidmore in lane 3.
Just about to get their alignment. But there's plenty of last-second adjustments here.
Yeah.
The coxswain are going to have well-exercised arms from getting them up to let the officials know. Save their blades buried and ready.
Okay, the Skidmore. Oh, the hand is still up. Skidmore. Both Hamilton and Skidmore's coxswain. No, Hamilton's the only one. Oh, it looks like they're ready. And they are off.
Those important first 20 strokes or so to see who's going to, even if it's not a complete advantage, you have a psychological advantage, just getting out just a little bit.
And these boats are neck and neck right now.
It's got a nice start, and it is back and forth. With each stroke, you can see the boats pulling ahead, dropping back, pulling ahead, dropping back. And these New York teams get to visit each other quite a bit.
Yes, they do. Um, Speaking of that, Skidmore, my bad. Skidmore actually came third in the Liberty Leagues this past 2025 season, where the Ithaca women took first. So they are quite fierce competitors for the women's team, as is Hamilton.
I was speaking with Coach Stengel yesterday and with Coach Lentz as well, and they were saying how all of these teams, all of these programs are building, and part of it is because this easy access they have to each other up here in the frozen north.
Yeah, no. That is one thing about all these teams is that you can't let a win or a statistic from a previous season kind of give you an idea of where people are going to be. Um, the Ithaca, for example, the Ithaca men have won the past two Liberty League championships, but despite that, they are ranked 10th going into this season. Um, so we're always rooting for the underdog here.
And you see, Hamilton, the Hamilton women have really settled into a nice pace and really moving the boat very steadily. They pulled ahead of the Skidmore thoroughbreds.
Yes, they have.
Once again, this drone coverage is fantastic. And I'm sure that the coaches, it's a great tool for the coaches as well.
No, definitely.
Because like we were discussing, as a rower, you're looking at the shoulders or skull of the person in front of you, and you don't always have an appreciation of what's happening. It's a great shot of the warm-up lane there.
Yeah, lane one right now not in use, but towards the end will be.
Got it.
Okay, we are back.
Once again, with the shells going under the bridges, hoping for a little tactical magic there, but
Yeah.
Hamilton's well ahead here of the Skidmore thoroughbreds. A good boat plus length, about halfway through this race.
They're reaching that grueling part that you mentioned before.
This is where it's a lot on the coxswain to keep people fired up.
Exactly. The coxswain making the right call can change the rower's attitude going into anything.
Not everyone responds to, "We're only halfway done."
Exactly. Sometimes the coxswain can call for 10 strokes. Sometimes the coxswain can ask you to take strokes for one of your teammates. Sometimes the coxswain can even yell and say some of the most absurd things that you've ever heard, but it works for that crew. That's the great part about these boats working together so well and getting to work with the coxswains as well, is that during practice the coxswains are able to figure out what motivates their rowers and what calls will help them when they're in a situation like this right now.
This is also an opportunity right here where it's protected. There's the tailwind is a factor, certainly coming up the inlet, but before they get to that 1400 meter mark, wherever that is, when it opens up, and then not sure what your boat's going to face in terms of wind and also in terms of the surface as you approach the Cayuga Lake. Right here, as I mentioned, so it can be a challenge and maybe an opportunity for a boat that's trailing to pick up a little bit.
As we also said, this is the last 500, so this is where some of the most important calls of the race are made.
And once again, they'll be getting their cheers right there. It looked like there was a very nice group of fans right there along the inlet.
We can actively see Skidmore picking up right now. Um, Even though it looks like a decent gap through the overhead drone shot from the side by side, we can see that the gap is getting smaller and smaller as both boats are in frame.
That's a great press. They're probably not going to be able to overtake that boat, but it's a great show of grit and determination. And again, you see that body swing, at the finish, and they're really, really digging in.
Skidmore is really trying to keep that gap between their two finishing times as small as possible. But we can also see that Hamilton is, as you mentioned, pushing as well.
Hamilton Continentals seem to have this well in hand, but again, they are digging in for that finish, finishing out the race plan. So they'll come strong across the finish buoys. But Skidmore still, they are pressing. They're really, look at
Skidmore is holding on. They are not letting Hamilton. They're not letting Hamilton go.
Yep. It's a nice finish. They're so close to beating that 7-minute mark.
And again, things like the weather can definitely change that.
Yep.
Cruise on flat water versus cruise with headwinds and tailwinds, it's all up in the air. These are just very good metrics for each of the teams, as you mentioned before. Just as the footage is helpful, so are these race times to give them an idea of how they will perform in different conditions.
That was a nice, strong finish out of both of those boats. It's inspiring to see them finishing up like that after a race like that.
Okay, and we're getting ready for the next race, which is the men's 1V, who are backing up to, or rowing up to the stake boats. We have in the coxswain seat Jake Patterson, 8 seat Max Detzer, 7 seat Reese Peloton, 6 seat Liam Dickey, 5 seat Andrew Coit, 4 seat Bryce Williston, 3 seat Tynan Fields, 2 seat Marshall Adams, and 1 seat Nico Greenberg. Similar to with the men's varsity women, special shout out to Reese Peloton for being named the IRCA athlete to watch for the 2026 season. For people looking by seat, as I mentioned before, that is Reese Peloton in 7 seat.
For those who have the focus to be able to single out that 7 seat, hats off.
Yeah.
It's exciting. The preseason polls are a little bit of a crystal ball because there's no times. They're relying, I think, on a past season and the coaches' predictions.
Yeah. Right now, as they're getting ready, Hobart is in lane 2, Ithaca in lane 3.
Oh, Sean, you know better than I. It looks like, is it the wind or the flow that we're seeing?
I would say the wind
Yeah.
is what we're seeing.
Boy, that's a great start.
That is an incredible start from both teams. Once again, as we've seen in multiple races, neither team is letting the other get ahead.
And if the puddles are an indication of power, it looks like Ithaca had a nice, strong, steady start. They also look like, from the coxswain's perspective, they have a nice line, very straight. And I know their competition has to adjust a little bit for the bridge, but they were a little looks like they had to make a little bit of a correction there.
Yeah, no.
and that is not helpful for the time. But that is a really nice, strong, pretty close to the first 500. And I know the men must feel that they haven't raced
This is their first race.
since last fall, so it must feel good, and also to get that first 500 under your belt and
Mhm.
squared away.
Yeah. The Ithaca men have also had the benefit of this past spring when we had training camp staying on the inlet.
Yep.
We were able to train here. Um, and so, unlike in previous seasons where we've gone to Georgia with the women's team, we were able to stay on the inlet on our home course and get back on the water on our home turf.
It looks like the Bombers are just getting some open water. As they pass this murky spot of the inlet.
Yeah. Seems like a side channel's coming in. While there might be a slight gap, the Ithaca men are continuing to hold on strong. Also, as we know, they're approaching the bridges. Okay, we're now going to toss it to our shoreline reporter, Connor Smith.
Sean Parrish, thanks so very much. Yeah, let's talk about the Ithaca men's rowing team. Coming off 2 back-to-back Liberty League championships, now looking for a three-peat this season as they head into this spring season. They've kicked off strong with some regattas today. I had the chance to talk to head coach Justin Siegel before the regattas kicked off today, and he said, of course, a little bit nervous, but he is confident in his team heading into today's races and in the rest of the season. As you can see behind me by the tree, the winds are starting to pick up a little bit back here on the water, which is gonna, always a little bit of a factor as we get into these early spring races. But everyone seems very confident. People are enjoying the not brutally cold weather out here. We're now getting closer to that 50-degree mark, so still staying nice and warm out here. For now, let's head back to the boathouse.
Yeah, and now we're back. They've cleared the final bridge and they're approaching the 1500 mark. As we can see, Hobart has a lead of about maybe a boat length and a half, possibly two. But again, the Ithaca men are not giving up. They are pushing, and as you can see from their puddles, they are continuing to push it away.
It's a great opportunity for Ithaca to see how they measure up the Hobart's Division One rowing program, and very competitive. So it's a great opportunity for Ithaca to test themselves against a very accomplished opponent. So here we are coming up, the roar of the crowd here as we pass the Boatyard
Yeah.
Grill. Hopefully the Bombers will get a little hometown boost there as they get into their last 500 and hitting a sprint, and hitting really the power point of the race.
Yeah, so they've both cleared the 500-meter mark and now are in the last 500-meter stretch. We can actively see the Ithaca men pushing and pulling hard. I can only imagine what first-year coxswain Jake Patterson is saying right now, but it's clearly motivating the crew as they're trying their best to close the gap between them and Hobart.
Hobart also has a nice, strong, powerful finish. They've got a nice, strong, steady push to the finish line right there. The Ithaca men, I think we have some burning thighs in that vessel.
Yes, we do.
Because I know they want to keep this time. They want to keep this time as close as they can. To see how they stack up against the Hobart program. Just about at the finish. Look at Hobart's under 6 minutes. That's a nice race. unofficially.
Unofficially.
And so now we'll get a chance to see how the Ithaca men with their hometown training program finish. That's a nice, strong finish getting across the line. It's a nice race. Now, do you have some fellow seniors in the boat?
We have one. There is one senior in the boat, which is Bryce Williston, who is one of our captains and also is the 4 seat in this boat.
So these, you seniors, you started off with Coach Stangl in his
We
in
did.
his first year.
We are the first group. The
You're-
current seniors are the first group that has had Coach Stangl for the entirety of our 4 years.
So you're going to graduate Coach Stangl this year
Yes.
after his 4 years with the program.
Yeah, 4 years with the program, and we're all going to graduate with him. Bryce, like myself, was a walk-on, and Bryce really rose to the occasion. He had never rown prior to this, and then got an O in his hand, and that was that. And now he is in, or he has been in the 1V, his junior and his now senior year, captain for both of those years as well. Went from a walk-on to 2V in his first year, so he has that passion, he has that power that he puts behind that O, and that's that same energy that's going to take us to a third Liberty League title.
Yes. Now Reese Peloton may be the coach's pole rower
Mhm.
to watch, but Bryce he's got the hairstyle to watch.
He does have the hairstyle to watch, and funny enough, last year he was the IRCA athlete to watch as well.
Well, so they already watched him.
They already watched him, and they like what they see. We are now getting ready for the next men's Varsity 8 race between Hamilton and Skidmore. Hamilton in lane 2, Skidmore in lane 3.
So once again, you see the coxswains have not an easy job getting the alignment with a little bit of wind, and the stake boats are they have their challenge.
Yes, they do. And mind you, this is one individual holding a boat that has 9 people in it. So it is quite the feat of arm strength. And they are off. We are having quite a few strong starts today with all the racing.
There's some great power right there. You can see a nice controlled splash. I'm sure that the Hamilton coach hopes it's a controlled splash out of that start in that first 500 to get that burst and get those jitters out and squared away for the next 3/4 of the race. Look at that, is a nice even race, great power, great puddles right there coming up to the pedestrian bridge.
Yeah. We're almost done with the first 500. And once again, I think this is the first time in any of the races that it's been this close between the two boats. Neither boat is giving up a seat, and if one seat is given up, the boat is trying its best to catch up to it. This is quite the close race, but it all comes down to, as we approach the double bridges and that turn in the inlet,
Yeah,
will Skidmore be able to hang on to it?
this is an exciting part of the race too, because as you know, when you're that close, you can hear everything from the other boat.
Yeah.
You can hear the other coxswain, well, everything that they're yelling, and you can hear the oars, you can hear the water, and it takes some focus not to get lost a little bit, like you were saying earlier about. And sometimes the coxswain will remind the rowers, you keep your head in the boat.
Exactly. And they are neck and neck.
I mean, Hamilton has maybe 3 seats.
Maybe. But they are approaching the bridges. And as you said, You can hear everything that's happening, and when you go through those bridges, as someone who's gone through them himself, that just becomes an echo chamber for everything. You can hear the boat gliding on the water, the blades going in and out, them in their oarlocks, the calls of each coxswain. So it is a test not just of the coxswain's skill, but also the ability for the oarsmen to be locked in. Okay, so it seems like Hamilton has no. Hamilton may have a few seats, but the Skidmore coxswain has excellently navigated those bridges in that turn.
Yep, they're going to line it right back up. So it looks like they have a similar stroke rate, but it looks like Hamilton's just a little bit more efficient, getting a little bit more out of it. And as soon as those words come out of my mouth, it looks like Skidmore gains on them.
Yeah, they clearly heard you and needed to prove you wrong.
I
as
take
they
it all
continue to
back.
Push.
Skidmore thoroughbreds, I take it all back. But it is amazing how just a series of powerful strokes, like you said, when the coxswain calls for power 10, how you'll see a burst and then you'll see the other boat respond.
Exactly, and especially when you are, as you mentioned, neck and neck, you can hear what the other coxswain is calling.
Yeah.
So if you hear your opposing team call a power 10, you're going to respond with one of your own.
You're just waiting for your coxswain to respond if you hear the other boat do that.
And once again, they're approaching the 1500 meter mark. This is where they're going to hear the most amount of cheers. And I think that's just only going to add to this incredible display of power that we are seeing right now with both boats.
And there we are, the fans from the shore. It's a great setup because you finish that first 3 quarters and you got to dig down, and to have the fans give you a little shout out there for that last 500. And here's, we'll see them put on their final push.
And as you can see from the side by side, you can actively see Skidmore pulling up with them. Here we go. You can hear the fans cheering them on, and we can see that it's actively pushing Skidmore to increase their power and their pace. And Hamilton is responding in kind.
It's a very different swing you see out of the boats in that last 500. It's not quite as smooth. They're definitely laying it down because they know that they've maybe less than a minute. So. But Hamilton's maintained. Would you say they've maintained, and looks like there's so close to maybe opening water.
They're very close to having cleared the boat completely, but we can also see it's interesting. It seems like Hamilton's stroke rate has increased while Skidmore's power has increased, but their stroke rate seems to kind of be the same.
Yeah, the Hamilton stroke rate has definitely elevated. And looks like they're gonna have a nice, strong finish. But again, both the boats, again, the race plan, here we'll see them just power right across the buoys. So we'll see if Skidmore can keep, there's open water. So that's a nice race.
That is a beautiful race. I believe that's the closest finish we've had with all the racing we've had today.
Well, it's thrilling for both of the crews being that close for the whole race.
Okay, and we have the men's 4 results, were the second race of the day. We have Hobart in first with 7:14.2, and then Ithaca in second place with 7:31.4. Following that, we have the women's varsity 8 results. In first place, we have William Smith with 6:50.41, Ithaca with 7:04.66, Hamilton with 7:06.0, and Skidmore with 7:13.4 in fourth place.
That's a nice race out of the William Smith Varsity 8. That's a great time coming in under 7 minutes, and you see the Ithaca Hamilton just after that 7-minute mark.
Exactly. And this is a good metric for the teams going into this racing season. As well, weather does play a factor. It is important to see where you stand going into this season.
Now, which team is this with the yellow caps?
I do not know, but those yellow caps is just super familiar. I'm gonna have to take a gander and say that that is an Ithaca women's boat. I'm going to think it's the Ithaca women's 2V, because they're up next.
So again, it's a job for the Coxes and the crew to get all lined up with the stake boats for the race. And it is a little cool out there today.
Yes, it is. Especially coming up to the start, it is chillier than it is coming down the coast, due to that very tailwind.
And this is probably a good opportunity to talk about the Dan and Becky Robinson coaching tree.
Yes.
Whose branches spread wide and beautifully.
Yeah, no. My God. For those who don't know, Dan and Becky Robinson were both head coaches of the men's and women's rowing programs, respectively. Dan only retired or took a step back 4 years ago, and Becky only retired and took a step back 2 years ago. That being said, they're here at the boathouse. Everyone knows who they are, and they're constantly coming out to support the teams, marshal the races, and give incredible advice and support to everyone.
And their disciples are now stepping into leadership roles. With Beth Green was a rower of Becky Robinson's, and Jake Lentz rowed for Dan for his last years at Ithaca.
And so did Greg.
And Greg, the assistant
women's
coach for the women. So it's a great legacy that they have here. In addition to all, it's beyond dozens.
Yeah.
Many rowers who are coaching all over the country. Because they've really passed on the passion for the sport.
We're now getting ready for the women's 2V race. We have, for the Ithaca women, we have Coxon, Sarah, 8-seat CJ Owen, 7-seat Melanie Heim, 6-seat Claire Edwards, 5-seat Emily Murphy, 4-seat Yasmina Val, 3-seat Lauren Hubber, 2-seat Kate March, and 1-seat Maisie Segas. A little fun fact about one of the rowers in that boat right now, the 7-seat Melanie. When she isn't rowing, she's actively working at ICTV as one of their producers. So last year she played, not even last year, yesterday she played an incredible role in the coverage of Cornell's races yesterday. So if she wasn't racing today, she would be here helping out.
I believe it is the Roy Park School of Communications.
Yes, it
here
is.
Here at Ithaca College. They do a tremendous job. As some rowing fans know, not all coverage is the same.
Yes.
Some it's not quite as up to snuff, but not necessarily the commentary, although we are doing our best, but the drone coverage is incredible of these races. When you're a fan, you can only watch, even if you have binoculars, you can watch for 3 minutes.
Yeah. No.
And with this coverage, you can really see the entire race. It's
From
a
start to finish. Once again, another fun fact: we didn't have these live streams till last year, and that was in great part to some of the amazing park students on both the Ithaca men's and women's rowing team. Some of my closest friends, Cameron Strong, Sammy Smith, Melanie Heim, all of them actively pitched it to the men's and women's coaches, wanting good coverage of these races so that their friends and family, even if they couldn't be here, could see how incredible the sport of rowing is.
it's a great opportunity. See, they're just about to get the alignment. You can tell with the posture of the you see the stroke of the Ithaca women's boat. She's ready for action. Now the William Smith boat they got their oars buried.
Oh wait, their hands all down. And they are off.
So here we'll see in this 2V, women's 2V, who's going to get the edge on those first 20, 30 strokes.
And right off the bat, it seems that the Ithaca women have it, at least from this angle that we're looking at it at. And it looks pretty even from this overhead view.
That's a good start. Again, controlled, hopefully splashes. That's what the coaches are looking for, but a nice power, not too frantic, but establishing, getting the boat moving, getting some power, and maybe a little bit of a psychological advantage, although these boats look very even.
Yeah, it seems the last race and even this race, it seems that both teams are very good at having equally powerful starts and holding on to each other and not really giving it to either team. As you said, they seem to be able to have a good mix of both settling into their rate but also keeping power behind the blade. We are seeing William Smith slightly start to pull ahead from the Ithaca women, but we can also see that the Ithaca women are continuing to hold on.
It did look like the Ithaca women had a little bit of a, maybe not quite a crab, but an extra splash in that. It looks like they lost a seat or two as a result of that, so they're going to have to make it up. And also, hopefully the coxswain can work some Ithaca magic on the turn as they're in the outer lane. But the William Smith herons, very smooth, they seem to be a little bit more efficient than the Ithaca women's boat. And they just need to get a little bit more back on course.
Yes, they do.
But they corrected that. But they've really pulled ahead. They've opened water now.
But then again, as we've mentioned before, both teams are approaching those bridges, and those bridges are a great moment for either team to pull ahead or potentially lose a seat.
Yep. This is where the trailing boat, the Ithaca women, the coxswain really needs to focus to keep them in the race, because all the rowers can hear what's going on. You can hear that other boat. You can hear the coxswain getting a little bit farther ahead of you, and it can be dispiriting. So hopefully the coxswain can keep them focused in and keep their boat moving. It's a tight line the Ithaca women's boat has on this bridge here.
It does.
Oh, and then a little bit of correction there.
Yep.
When bridge meets boat, it's bridge
Yeah.
that wins, right?
It is typically bridge that wins.
So I've seen shells on the Charles that hit square on, and the boat accordioned all the way.
Oh my God.
All the way to the bow seat. So William Smith here, the Heron's really opening up over the Bombers here. That's 2 boat lengths, Sean?
Roughly, yeah. But looking at that, it seems that the bridge was not a changing point for the Ithaca women. Um, but they are getting close to that final bridge, which means they're going to be quite close to hearing the cheers of all the support that they have in that 1500-meter mark. Um, so we're going to see.
The William Smith boat seems to be much more efficient. It doesn't look like they have a much higher stroke rate, but they're getting more. They're getting more out of each stroke. So the Ithaca women need to bear down, and it looks like they are. It looks like they're gaining a bit. So they finish up that middle 1,000, finishing it up, and then it's going to be interesting to see how much of a move they make, because it's more than 2 boat lengths now.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how fired up they can be for their sprint, because they have a deficit there. It's a great shot of here where the inlet's going to open up a little bit, and they come out for that last 500. To William Smith, very smooth, very efficient. They're not doing anything frantic right now.
Everyone can hear that cheering for us live at the boathouse, who are actively right there. We can also hear them outside. So it's incredible to hear the support that all the teams have.
So see, look at the Bombers. They are bearing down to get that last strong finish, the last 400 or so,
Close that gap as much as they can.
As they pass the Cornell boathouse there on the far shore. That's a large gap that
it's quite a big gap.
The Herons have opened up over the Bombers. And as the William Smith women approach, very smooth finish. But all these boats, even though they're far ahead, they are probably mindful. They want to get a good time.
Exactly. No.
For their training, their ranking, and as a reflection of their program.
And for those who don't know, the afternoon racing bracket is purely based on the performance of the boats in this first segment as well. And so, as you mentioned, timing plays a huge role in that as well when comparing them.
It's a nice finish here by the Herons. They're going to be just past that 7-minute mark for the course. And so we'll see, hopefully the Bombers will have a nice, strong, solid finish and cut down that time margin as best they can. Here they come in, be a little over the 7:30 mark.
That being said, you must admire that any of these teams, regardless of whether it's close or not, they do not give up till they cross that finish line.
Well, you can't. You can't, or you can't go home.
Yeah.
But it's a great. It's one of the great things about the sport is the grit, and you've got to be determined to finish it up.
Okay. It seems that the second women's varsity 8 between Hamilton and Skidmore is off. And it seems that Hamilton has the lead in this one as we pass the first pedestrian bridge.
Yep, they had a good start. Looks like they have a slightly faster stroke rate, a higher stroke rate And they're opening up. Looks like a boat
Yeah.
length now easily, and they look like they have the momentum.
It
So
is quite interesting to see different boats' race plans because typically with this much of a gap, you would assume that maybe they'd settle into it. But as you mentioned, the stroke rate continues to be higher than Skidmore's.
it's a nice place to be, finishing up that first 500 and having that lead. But then again, the Cox can keep pushing you because where you row in the afternoon depends on this race. So our murky inlet is about our halfway point.
Yeah,
That's about
roughly.
the 1,000. So it's a hard thing to try to convince your crew that it's all downhill from here.
Yeah, no. And again, those bridges make or break a lot of these races sometimes. Ithaca knows this turn because we train on it all the time. These visiting crews have been on these inlets before. However, this is the first time these crews have been on the inlet this season specifically. So it'll be it's always interesting to see how they handle it, especially um, Hamilton that was in the lane with the biggest turn. As we can see, as Skidmore is coming into under the bridges, Hamilton has already exited. Um, so it will be interesting because they've passed the 1,000 meter point that in the third 500.
Skidmore's very close to that buoy and staying in their lane, but it's a nice tight line, which hopefully they can use to close up some of that gap, that's 3 boat lengths, Sean, you think it's...
I would say once again, Hamilton is not slowing down, or not even slowing down is the wrong word, not even setting a steady pace. They are actively pushing it till they cross that finish line, it seems.
And it takes some motivation because, those rowers can all see how far behind that boat is. They're back there. This race is, it's pretty much well in hand for them. So they've got to stay motivated to push on, and also to find that spark for that last 500 for the sprint.
Exactly. We were talking before about when they're neck and neck, how they can hear each other. I don't even need to imagine how disheartening it can sometimes be when you can't hear the other boat at all because they're that far ahead. And so, like you said, it is very much on the individual athletes, their mindset, but also on the coxswain to know what to say to make sure that the rowers don't let it get to them that they are potentially behind.
And again, as a spectator for this venue, for the inlet, it is very rare that you can be this close to the rowers. You can hear them.
Yeah.
You can really see them. Most courses, if you don't have the binoculars or telescope, you're not anywhere this close. It's a fantastic venue. These rowing programs are so lucky to be able to participate and compete here.
It is one of the reasons Ithaca is the typical host for many of these races. We have the benefit of the farmers market, the boatyard grill, the path between the Cornell boathouse and the farmers market, the bridges, all great vantage points. Compared to even, for example, in Saratoga where the Liberty League Championship happens, you have a viewing spot that is decently close but still far away from the finish line that you can't even tell. So as you mentioned, Ithaca does have the benefit, with the added benefit of drone coverage, of having an incredible viewing.
And I'm sure there are plenty of fans on the course who are watching the drones as well.
Exactly.
It's the best of both worlds. So don't see much of an increase in the stroke rate here.
Yeah. Given Hamilton's lead, I can see why they may choose not to do that. However, in the previous races, regardless of the gap, we've seen from both crews, whether they're ahead or behind, giving that final push. And so it's quite impressive, as we've noted throughout, that Hamilton has kept this consistent pace of a high stroke rate and high power.
They're very efficient. Looks like here as they come across the finish. And now we'll wait for the thoroughbreds to live up to their name, come charging across the line, although that was a significant significant lead that Hamilton had. So here comes Skidmore to finish out. Nice and solid.
Okay, we're looking at the men's 2V. We have Ithaca in lane. Oh, no.
It looks like Hamilton.
Yeah, no. It is still the Ithaca men's. Not the Ithaca, sorry. It is still the men's 2V. However, it is Skidmore and Hamilton.
Once again, a Continentals v Thoroughbreds race.
So it shall be interesting to see how they do it.
It's great to see these rowers before the race trying to stay loose, trying to stay relaxed and not get too tight. That is, I think that's more getting too tight, too tense, showing it in your face is really, that's a detriment. The coach is really, I presume Coach Stengel will focus on
we get a race plan beforehand, from like arrival to warm up to getting out there to like the minute before the race begins, of where our heads should roughly be at. We have Hamilton in lane 2 and Skidmore in lane 3. The inverse of the way the boats were last time in the previous women's 2v8 race. Skidmore's coxswain's hand is in the air.
Again, great thanks to the volunteers who are working in these stake boats. As you can see by their body position, it's not the most natural flex and position. So that's a great effort and much appreciated. Again, and for the fans to be able to have this much of a close-up of the rowers is also great. And it's not just the rowing. You see how much preparation goes into it, and these rowers having to flip the switch from trying to stay loose, trying to stay relaxed, and then you watch how it changes when they get fully extended, bury their blade, and lock in everybody's eyes, shoot straight down the boat. It's a great shot.
It seems they're getting ready and they're off.
Those first 10 or 20 strokes. Both boats look very smooth. Those are very efficient strokes that they're getting there.
And once again, we have a pretty close matchup out of the start. We have Hamilton pulling slightly ahead maybe 1 or 2 seats.
It looks like Hamilton might have a slightly higher stroke rate, but Skidmore is right there. There's maybe a seat that Hamilton has. It looks like also Skidmore's
Fighting real hard to get it back.
gaining a bit. We've talked a lot about the drone coverage, but when I was here 5 or 6 years ago and the drones were very new, there's 2 power lines right about the 500 mark. And we said, those drones they seem like they're very close to power lines. And then a few minutes later, we heard a click. And we turned around and we saw the drone on the power line, spun around the power line, went right into the inlet.
Oh my God.
And it was a low day for the drone folks, and the salvage was unsuccessful.
I can only imagine.
It was dramatic, but again, this coverage is so fantastic.
If anyone can see on the live stream on one of those streets next to it, we can see a cyclist going. Those are typically coaches that do it, and previous to the drone footage, previous head coach, Coach Becky, used to be on her bike and doing an Instagram live on the Ithaca women's rowing Instagram, and used to bike and cover all the races. And that used to be our version of this drone coverage before the IC drone squad was able to come in and help us out.
And as someone who has been a viewer of both, the drone coverage is far superior than Becky's bumpy bike ride.
Yeah. And so they are approaching the bridges right now. Both are pretty close. Once again, Skidmore now is using that bigger turn and is actively gained seats on Hamilton.
They had that is a really nice middle 1,000, very steady, very efficient, and they did a nice job pulling ahead, and they're very close to getting some open water over Hamilton.
And as we've mentioned multiple times, I believe this race is kind of the first time we've seen the bridges being used to pull ahead, because off the start it looked like Hamilton had it, and then as you mentioned in that middle portion they were fighting it off, and those bridges is where Skidmore was able to take the lead.
Yeah, their coxswain had a bit more of an aggressive approach than the Hamilton boat. But it looks like there's Skidmore still battling, pushing to get open water, but it's about astern now. But Sean, as you mentioned, the coaches on the bicycle, there's a lot of additional physical activity to the sport.
Yeah, no. As someone who's worked the finish crew at the end once they cross the finish line and helping with timing and that flag that we see drop and things like that, it's quite an experience. A lot of the time when people talk about racing and rowing, we just focus primarily on the boats that are on the water, but we don't see, when it comes to the regattas as a whole, as you've mentioned on multiple occasions, the stake boat holders, the marshals at the start line and the finish line, the finishing crew, and even everyone here at the boathouse making sure everything's organized and happening. They all play a role in helping these teams feel the most prepared and secure in their racing.
Yeah, this is a nice push here at the end. You can see Skidmore really laying down the power, and Hamilton as well, because they know this is it. This is going to be it. And Skidmore just has a little open water over Hamilton. But you can tell the power that's being applied right now, but the puddles tell the tale. And Skidmore just trying to open up open up that lead a little bit, and Hamilton is just digging in, staying right with them.
We can clearly see that Skidmore's stroke rate is coming up.
It looks like Skidmore also, they've just got some more length. You know, they're getting more water, and they're pushing the boat just a little bit more efficiency on each stroke as they head to the finish right here. And here they come across. Nice finish. Right at about 6:30, 6:28, something like that. And there's Hamilton finishing up.
Not far behind.
Maybe just that open water difference. Also a little easier day for these teams not to have the Cornell experience happening
No.
simultaneously or back to back.
Okay, we now we're getting ready for the men's 2v, Ithaca and Hobart. I could be mistaken from the lineups that we have right now. I know it's the Ithaca 2v, but it was, I believe, supposed to be a 3-boat race. With Hobart's 2v and Hobart's 3v. But right now I'm only seeing 2 boats. We're getting a zoom in on the Ithaca 2v. We've got Knight Atkins in coxswain seat, 8-seat Liam Conahan, 7-seat Nolan Boswell, 6-seat Henry Hertzberger, 5-seat Leo Cavello, 4-seat Connor Brighton, 3-seat Brody Hart, 2-seat Cameron Strong, and 1-seat Cameron Sanford. So we've got the Cam pair in bow, which is fun. Also, this is Cameron Strong's second race of the day. He was in the 4 before.
That's right. It's a nice day of brisk, vigorous exercise for that young man.
Yes, it is.
And I believe now the Andrew Lister boat, that was the first Hudson, right?
Yes, it was. It was the first Hudson that we got.
It's a beautiful boat. And do we have any seniors in the bomber boat?
We do. So the bomber boat, the Cam pair, both of them are seniors. As I mentioned, Cameron Strong is a big part of this coverage, this drone coverage, and was a big advocate for it. Cameron Stanford, funny enough, is also one of my roommates, so I live with him.
So you're totally unbiased. Good to know.
Yeah, no, completely. Also, a fun fact. Myself and the Cams, we have all carpooled together since freshman year. So I'm very unbiased in that regard.
So we call a close connection.
Yeah.
That looks like Coach Stengel there in the launch trying to bring order out of chaos.
Potentially maybe explaining where the third boat is. Yeah.
It's great to see that and who's coxing the bombers?
Knight Atkins.
Knight Atkins has on the full foul weather survival gear, ready to do a deep, long line swordfish fishing or whatever's required.
Yeah, so those those safety suits were a big investment on Coach Stengel and Coach Betts' parts to ensure that the coxswains, who are primarily stationary the entire time with all of this weather, this terrible cold weather, are insulated and warm so that when they get splashed, they don't freeze. Okay, and now we will go to the shoreline to meet with Connor Smith.
Thanks so much, Ashan and Parrish. Now, I'm here with some members of the women's rowing team from William Smith. Let's talk about that 2V race that just went on. What was kind of going through your minds? When did you really start to get into the swing of things and know, like, yes, we've got this one?
I think that one of our biggest strengths is our composure, and we really leaned on that during the race to secure our lead on Ithaca's boat. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we really have a lot of trust in our boat, and we were able just to stay like really calm off the start, and we were able to just like trust our numbers, and we weren't frantic, and it set us up for the rest of the race.
Right. Now, you also had a successful time earlier in the 1V race. Kind of similar things, or was there a bit of a different mindset there?
I think it was a bit of a different mindset. We also had a lot of composure, but I think we just had a lot of confidence going into it. And we've trained really hard, and everyone's been working just really hard. And it was nice to just keep our heads in the gunnels and just like focus on our time and our race for our competitors in the coming weekends.
Right now, Lily, Liv, and Lizzie, tell me a little bit about that preseason training. What has the past month or so looked like leading up to really kicking off the 2026 season?
Well, we can't share any secrets, but a lot of erging, a lot of berging, a lot of strength training.
Shout out Coach Kendall.
Yeah, shout out Kendall Nemish.
Yeah.
It's been pretty fun though. Like we just got back from a training trip in Virginia, and like we've all just had a really great time, and it was very motivating just like working out with a great group of girls over the winter, and like we all just wanted to be there and put in the work, and it was really good.
Training trip in Virginia sounds like a lot of fun. Did you have a highlight from that trip? Anything that, maybe strengthened the culture of this team?
Yeah, I think so. We stayed in cabins in the state park, and so we all like split up into cabins, and the captains did a really nice job of like breaking us all up into like people we don't normally talk to. So we got to strengthen our bonds with other people and just like lean on our team culture that we've been really leaning into this past month.
Amazing. And finally, speaking on that culture, is there any fun pre-race superstitions or things you usually do before a race? Anything that you'd be willing to share with me today?
Just good vibes.
Good vibes,
Yeah.
good music.
Yeah.
Good vibes, good music. Awesome.
It's the key. It's the key.
It's the key. Awesome. Well, congratulations, girls. Thanks so much for joining me today. For now, let's send it back to the boathouse with Ashan and Parrish.
Okay, so we're back to the men's 2V. The third boat has joined them. So as we mentioned prior, we have Ithaca's 2V, Hobart's 2V, and Hobart's 3V as well. So right now, it seems, if I'm not mistaken, Hobart's 3V is trying to line up. It doesn't seem that they have a stake boat. So that's going to be quite interesting.
It's a free-form honor system, apparently.
So let's see.
It's also going to be a lot more interesting at the turns, the bridges having the third boat. So this might be kind of a fast launch here, because they're going to kind of ease in position. Well, maybe almost like a rolling start there, and it is.
And there we go.
Well, this is great. Our first race with 3 boats, with Ithaca outnumbered 2-1 against
2-1.
Hobart Statesmen. Great start out of all of these boats. That Hobart 2V, not really strong, very efficient first 20-30 strokes, pulling ahead of everybody.
Well, there seems to be almost open water between the Hobart 2V and the Ithaca 2V. The Ithaca 2V is holding on with a few seats to the Hobart 3V. And we can actively see, as you mentioned, The Hobart 2V seems to be more efficient than they are powerful or fast stroke rate versus the Ithaca 2V and the Hobart 3V doing a mix of high stroke rates and high power.
And the rowers, the women from William Smith who were talking about composure, confidence, and not being frantic. Those are every coach dreams of a rower saying that. That's
Yeah.
how they want everybody to row. And definitely this Hobart boat, you don't see. There's not a lot of movement. All the movements in concert. So they're powerful. They're efficient with roughly the same stroke rate. It looks like, Ithaca, the Hobart 3V is getting open water on them. But again, this is a fantastic opportunity for Ithaca to go up against a Division I program. Also, it's, as we said, it's great for Hobart to just bus right away to come in and compete at this venue at the inlet. So we're at our roughly murky 1000.
Murky 1000, which means we are approaching the bridges.
We just hope they've cleared that warm-up lane for the Hobart
Yeah,
3V.
Yeah, in these entire morning races, we've actively seen lane 1 filled with boats coming down to the start. And as you mentioned, this is the first race that all 3 lanes are occupied. So let's really hope that all the boats have gotten the message and we don't see any unfortunate collisions.
No. So, and I just realized these are the last 2 races, so everybody's already down the course.
Yeah.
But Ashan, as you mentioned, there's our coaches in the bike lane. And again, another great thing about this venue is the coaches can actually, they're close enough to scream at the boats. So here our Ithaca Bombers have fallen back a bit as we finish the halfway point of the race, a little bit more than halfway. That Hobart 2V, very steady, very efficient. And I'm sure the rowers in that 3V would prefer to be in that 2V.
Yeah.
So they're going to
Fighting for it.
Put everything they can into it. And they're trying to keep that 2V. Hobart has maybe just a little bit of open water on them, the 3V, so they're just going under the power lines that I described earlier that ate the first Ithaca drone.
It's always interesting to see boats from the same program but different levels of 1V versus 2V, 2V versus 3V, or even further. I know Hobart has a bunch of varsity 8s because, as you mentioned, they're always, while they want the other boat to win and they want their teammates to do well, they're always in competition with each other because any seat, any day, any time. So it's always intriguing when they get an opportunity like this to show how close in time they are.
So here come the Bombers as they come past all the
cheering and support,
the crowd at the boatyard. Here's a nice, strong, smooth finish out of the Hobart 2V and 3V. And those, the Hobart coaches, this is pretty much where you want your 2V and 3V to be.
Yep.
You know, that 3V just behind the 2V. But they're very efficient, great power, almost no excess movement. It's the alignment, the body motion's fantastic. You see Ithaca trailing behind them, and they'll try and just cut that margin as much as they can. It's a nice time for the 2V. Looks like they almost got under the 6 minutes. And the 3V, just a little bit of open water. Probably right where the coaches want them to be.
Exactly. Especially with the current conditions as well.
Yeah. But it's great to have the 3V crew pushing the 2V. Just a reminder, there's plenty of guys behind you. So here we'll see what the Ithaca men's 2V has for a nice strong finish. They move the boat nicely. 6:30 or so. That's a nice finish. This is our final.
This is our final race of the morning session. This is the women's 3v8. We have Ithaca, William Smith, and Hamilton.
And also a couple of geese.
Yes, we do. If anyone ever gets the chance, Bryce Williston can tell you a very funny story about his first race and its involvement with a goose. But you have to hear it from him directly, because I know for a fact that I will tell it terribly.
So these 3 boats, they've all finished out that first roughly 500.
Okay, and now we're going to Shoreline reporter Connor Smith.
All right, Sean Parrish, thanks so very much. I'm here with Kate, John, and a bunch of the Hamilton team members. Kate and John have both raced already today. John, we'll start with you. What was your feeling in the race today? Successful race. What was the moment that you kind of realized we got this in the bag and it was going to be a success on the water?
Honestly, when we were off the start, we gained a couple seats on them, and I was like, we've got this race. And then we went over the bridge and got more seats on them, and I was like, yeah, we got this race. And that was kind of the moment.
Kind of escalated throughout. Kate, I'll turn to you now. What was the moment that your boat really clicked and you were like, we got this, we got it?
Yeah, we had a really solid start, and then we had a really good shift, and we're really getting some good boat speed, and that's the best thing about rowing, is that you can see when you're ahead. And so we kind of saw that, kept going, had some really good strokes through the bridges, made some moves, and really it was pretty in the bag.
Now, you're both going to be racing again later today. On a day like this, where you have an early race and a later race, is there things that you learn about the water, how the water's flowing? What are you going to take into your races later today now, having already been out there once?
To be warmer. That's why I got a couple more layers on between races. I put on my coach's Gill jacket. Shout out to my friend Jack Gill back home. And probably not cramp up near the finish. My friend Parker, his hand cramped really badly. Yeah,
that'll happen. So, John, you mentioned the weather there. Kate, what are your thoughts about today's weather? You know, it's not the worst we've seen, but it's definitely spring weather here in Ithaca.
Yeah, I mean, we were going to race yesterday, but then it was too cold yesterday, so that's why the race is today, which I'm glad with, because it's still pretty chilly, especially with the wind. Pretty strong tailwind. I think that's another thing, the weather's always different, and even wind direction. I've raced here with lots of different conditions, so I think the tailwind is pretty chilly, and so we all got to dress warm and make sure that our bodies are athletic and ready to go.
Of course, and we've got a whole bunch of team members right here on camera, a bunch of team members sitting behind the camera as well. Seems like the culture on this team is pretty great. Anything you guys could say about the culture of this team heading into the season?
I mean, I do really love the guys. They're all my best friends on the team. I also love the girls' team, and I don't know, everyone, I love all my best friends here, and that's why we had a sleepover last night.
Nice. Where was my invite? Come on. Oh my gosh. Anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, we just got back from Clemson, where we had a whole team sleepover for 2 weeks, and it was pretty great. We all got to just, eat, sleep, row, and hang out with friends. So I think we're all here ready to race and feeling good as a team.
Amazing. Well, thanks so much. Good luck on your races later this afternoon. We'll send it back to Sean and Parrish at the boathouse.
Yeah, and we are back to the women's 3v8. Um, we have William Smith in the lead, if I'm not mistaken. We then have Ithaca in second, roughly, and Hamilton trailing behind both boats. All boats have open water between them, which is quite interesting compared to the previous race with three boats. In addition to that, we didn't get the chance. Where we have the Ithaca women's 3v lineup currently is Kaylin in coxswain seat, Ava in 8 seat, Stella in 7 seat, Brianna in 6 seat, Marie in 5 seat, Catherine in 4 seat, Emmy in 3 seat, Mia in 2 seat, and Naomi in 1 seat. They're reaching the Boatyard Grill, which, as we've mentioned, is the 1500-meter point. William Smith is going through it first, Ithaca close behind, and we can hear the cheering from here.
William Smith really opened up their lead right here. It looks like they've got increasing to a boat length. And Hamilton digging in to try and get about astern with the Ithaca women, and they have some momentum. William Smith, the Herons have it. We're very close, maybe 200 meters to go, but all these teams, they're really, look at them driving the legs, really going to try and work on this sprint piece of their race plan. And you see Hamilton is closing. They've done a nice job. They got a nice pace, closing a bit on Ithaca, and the Herons have done a very nice job on their final 500 piece. They have opened up boat length on the Ithaca 3V.
The women, both Hamilton and the Ithaca women, you can clearly see from their puddles and how they're pushing away that they've, as you mentioned before, increased the strength on their oar as well as the length of their strokes.
Coming right up to the finish now. Ithaca's putting some power into it also. The nice strong finish. They've opened up their lead over Hamilton. So here comes William Smith first. They'll finish at like 7:15. That's a nice finish. Ithaca coming right behind. And look at that. They're really putting the power on. It's a nice finish. And then shortly, well, there's Hamilton coming in to round out this morning's races. It's a great morning, and great to hear Connor with the athletes on the shore.
Yeah,
that's why everybody's here. It's great to get their perspective.
Yeah, so right now we, as you mentioned, we've finished the last race of the morning session. Right now those boats will be turning around and coming back into the dock, so the athletes can get a little bit of a break between this morning's and this afternoon's races.
The Dancing Wind guy on the Cornell Big Red
Yeah.
dock there.
To scare those geese away, to make sure that they aren't there when they're trying to launch boats or take oars down.
That was a great shot of the Ward Romer boathouse there, and all the teams have set up camp there.
Okay, we have the men's varsity 8 results, the 1v results. We have Hobart in first place with 5:55.1. We have Hamilton in second place with 6:08.5. We have Skidmore in third place with 6:11.7, and then we have Ithaca in fourth place with 6:13.5. Next, we have the women's second varsity 8 results. We have William Smith in first place with 7:08.39. We have Hamilton in second place with 7:13.4. We have Ithaca in third place with 7:39.9. And then we have Skidmore in fourth place with 7:45.5.
That's a great shot of the inlet. That's where it's all happening.
Okay, and now that's a wrap on the morning races. We will be back in roughly an hour for the afternoon session. Okay, and we are back. Welcome back to the 2026 Cayuga Duels. We're just getting back from the break and we are getting ready for some afternoon racing. Um, so, tell me, how was that break? What was it like to get to talk to those teams and see how they're doing after the first round of racing?
It was great. Everybody is, I think, is really enjoying getting back into competition. It's been a lot of training, and it's a sport with so much training for the amount of time you're actually competing
Yeah.
on the water. So this is magic time. This is great, and everybody's so up for it. It's great to see.
No, as you said, we're a sport that has a pretty short official racing season, but despite that, we are a sport that trains from the beginning of the fall all the way until the end of spring. We don't even our summers, even though we're not actively competing, it's all this conditioning and all this training that we have to do. Because if not, when you get back on that come the fall, you're in trouble. Especially at Ithaca, at the Ithaca rowing program with Coach Sangel's little duathlon that we all have to do to make the water standard.
Yes, he has an enthusiastic training standard, and I presume that he's like most coaches is you don't get back into shape, you stay in shape,
Yeah.
and
No.
then when you get back, you realize the treadmill's been bumped up another level.
Exactly. Every year the standard is pushed higher and higher and higher in all these programs. Every year they get faster and faster and faster. Um, so as we're getting ready for the first race of the afternoon session, we're looking at the men's 3v8. We're looking at Hobart's 4v and Hobart's 3v in this race. So as we mentioned before in the previous races, this race is purely just one school. It's one school's 4v and one school's 3v. And as we viewed before, we saw um, Hobart's 2v and Hobart's 3v go at it, and it was a pretty close gap. So it's definitely really interesting to see what the gap between the 3v and the 4v is, and if there even is one.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the 4V is hoping that the 3V is still feeling that race when they were pushing against the 2V. But it's a great opportunity. And look at the depth of Hobart's program that they have this level, in this many boats, and they're competing at this level. It's a great testament to their program.
Yeah, and now both the boats are getting ready to line up. Um, Unlike the three boat races, neither boat needs to do a floating push off. They can all be held by the stake boats. I got to hear a few jokes during the break about teammates making a few jokes about why the stake boat holders weren't holding on to the opposing boats. But those same stake boat holders reminding them about fairness and sportsmanship. Um, and that you're supposed to lay it all out on the course. That's what the course is for. And it's all down to the team that pulls the hardest and is the most efficient in the boat, as we've been saying with these morning races.
So it's warmed up a little bit, and I noticed that that Hobart stroke, you can see his bare elbows, which we haven't seen too much of today.
Yes.
But it has warmed up a little bit, and I spoke with former coach Dan Robinson at the break, and he was out here yesterday during the squalls, and he said he was missing. He should have brought all the layers that he had from yesterday today. But it looks like the Hobart 3V 4Vs are getting very close here.
Yeah, no. It'll be also very interesting, even though it's warmed up. In one of our shoreline reporter Connor Smith's interviews, he talked about how Hamilton, one of those Hamilton rowers was saying that he wanted to take more layers out there on the water, that he was underprepared. So it'll be interesting to see how many layers people wear going on the water and if maybe they peel them off when they get up to the start. As Coach Stengel likes to say, it's better to wear too many layers and peel them off than have not enough layers and then start to freeze.
Plenty of coaches take that theory that cold muscles are tired muscles.
Yes, they are.
So this is great too, for everybody to compete. But for Hobart this isn't practice.
Mm-hmm.
This is a chance for the 3V, the 2V, the 4V, all to lay it down, race conditions, race officials, timing, starting line, everything. So it's a great day. And you can tell by their posture they're getting ready for battle. And they're off.
Here we go.
You see, that's a great start with those nice, deep, strong prize, getting the boat moving those first 20, 30 strokes. Are we going to root for the 4V? Who are we rooting for?
I always stand by. I'm rooting for the underdog, just because Ithaca is usually always underestimated in these races in the rankings and things like that, and I like to see us come up on top. And yeah, I really want the 4V to give the 3V a run for that money.
Yeah.
I want those in the 3V to be worried that maybe one of those guys in the 4V is coming for their seat.
Keep the pressure on. That was a 3. Yep. So it looks like the 3 is, they're pressing a little bit, and we'll see if that 4V can just keep the bow to stern connection, because that psychologically really, that keeps you in the race, that proximity.
Yeah, it seems both boats have an equal amount of pressure and stroke rate. Those puddles are being pushed to similar distances, but it seems that the 3V is doing it definitely more effectively than the 4V is. But like you said, there is a bit of open water, but the 4V is not backing down.
It looks like the 3V has a slightly higher stroke rate and more efficiency, which is that is a tough thing for the 4V to overcome. And I can't tell if it and I wasn't over on the inlet side, but do you think that has the wind gone down at all? Has it mellowed out, or has it gotten worse?
It seems to have maybe slightly mellowed out.
It doesn't look the ripples don't look as dramatic, and it looks like as they are approaching the murky or unofficial 1,000, that 3V is approaching a boat length lead as they go under those bridges, and we'll see if the coxswain can gain a little or lose a little position by the maneuverings around the bridge. And as the on the near side of the shore, this is where the rowers will have a close contact with the fans. It's as we've said many times, it's a fantastic rowing venue. I had a chance to meet Steve Gladstone, who's coached at Yale and Cal, and told him that Jake Lentz was a fantastic coach at Ithaca. And he said that's the best rowing venue, especially for duels. He said we rowed against Cornell again and again, and there's just not that many venues that have this combination of being so protected and fairly straight, not like with the wild, the Charles River twists and turns, and the proximity for the fans. It's a great venue.
Oh. Speaking of a protected course, as we mentioned before, the wind levels dependent on where you are on the course can vary differently. Based on just an average weather report, right now the water looks flat because they are in that protected section, as you mentioned. It seems that just based on the weather, the wind gusts might be slightly up. So once they pass that 1,500 meter point, it'll definitely be on the coxswains and the teams to see how they adjust to the more openness of the course and the possibility of higher wind gusts. So here's to hoping that the cheers of all the fans that are here for them and their tenacity push through, and that little change in wind doesn't really do anything for that big gap. That being said, we are rooting technically unofficially for the 4V, so if that gap closes slightly, I don't think either one of us would be opposed to that.
No. Well, they need to bear down a little bit, does the 4V, but these strokes that the Hobart 3V, they're very efficient, and they have a nice swing together so far. So we'll see how they do in this last 500, if this intra-squad race will inspire these rowers to really lay it out. This will be their last race, so they'll pretty much empty the tank and leave everything for this last 500 meter sprint. And that's what every club has in their race plan. Nobody backs off on the
Exactly.
last on the last 500. There they go, finishing.
There comes the 4V. Oh. Maybe not yet.
Yeah, that 3V, that's several boat lengths.
It seems they may not be as tired as we thought they would be
Yeah.
following that previous race.
So that's
That, I believe, is the 3V that just crossed the line.
yeah. And they're right above that 6-minute mark. That's a nice finish for them. Come on, 4V. Let's push these guys. Should be coming in a nice there, but that's a nice strong.
There we go.
They're pulling hard for that. That's a good finish. And our next race is underway.
Seems that it is underway. It is Hamilton and William Smith. Both are women's 1Vs. Hamilton in lane 2, William Smith in lane 3. William Smith seems to be slightly ahead of Hamilton as they approach the first pedestrian bridge. And both these schools have shown an incredible performance when it comes to this middle portion of these races. Regardless of whether they win the start or not, they're able to, it's always a toss-up in the air of how they approach it. As we heard from rowers on both teams, composure is a big part of their race plan. And we are seeing that right now. Both teams are not backing off of each other, even though William Smith has a slight lead. Hamilton is close behind as they get close to those two bridges.
And as the rowers, when Colin was interviewing, or Connor was interviewing the rowers from William Smith, and they talked about those the golden standards of composure, confidence, and not panicking, not flailing, so that all that effort you're putting into the oar is efficient and gets you somewhere, and it's not just busy work. But William Smith does seem to have a bit more efficiency and a bit more power, as you see their blades going through the water. And usually, right as I finish saying that, the other team pours it on.
And it seems that they are.
But they're trying to keep that bow to stern contact. That's so important psychologically, and we'll see as we approach the bridges if they get a little advantage as William Smith has swings around a bit in that outer lane. This is where you're hoping the coxswain can work a little bit of magic, just get a few meters, but we'll see what happens on the other side of the bridge if they can sort of regain. Looks like they're losing a little bit of that bow to stern contact.
Excellent navigation from William Smith's coxswain of that turn.
Yeah, they really didn't lose anything. They may be opening up a bit. It looks like the teams have very similar stroke rates, but again, William Smith just seems to be getting more out of their strokes, a bit more power, a bit more efficiency as they're approaching the cheering section. It looks like they're close to, that's about a boat length of a
Yeah,
lead, yeah?
roughly a boat length of open water between both teams. Again, as you mentioned, they seem to be having similar stroke rates, but William Smith is definitely having more of an effective push and keeping that distance between them. But we can also see Hamilton definitely fighting to keep that bow to stern contact.
It's hard to say from here, but as they went under that bridge, it looked like the Hamilton Continental's coxswain had called for a bit more power because they started to close, and I suspect that William Smith responded because they had a little bit of a gain, and then William Smith put them right back where they were, just about a boat length, I would say, behind.
As you said, they're approaching the 1500 mark, which, as we've designated, is the best spot for cheering and having the most amount of support, and they're going to start hearing not just the voice of that coxswain and the oars, they're going to start hearing the support of their teammates and our loved ones who are here to support them. And maybe that will start giving them even more of a push to get through that line.
So with this do or die for them right here, there's just that 400 or 500 left to go. So they've got to, the Hamilton's got to gain on them here. But William Smith is really holding them off, really keeping it up.
Really pushing against them.
And it'll be interesting to see now how the puddles change for the sprint.
And we actively now are seeing from William Smith an increase in stroke rate and pushing away. But just in equal measure, Hamilton is coming up from behind.
Yep. And the accompanying, the body swing is a lot more dramatic. It's hard to tell from the angle. Well, we're rooting for the underdog. It feels like Hamilton, or we're rooting for Hamilton to gain on them a bit, because there's definitely a boat length here for this finish. This is where they're feeling it.
Yeah, no. This is definitely, as we've said, the last 500 is kind of where you put it all on the line. And as you mentioned, this is the last race for both of these crews, so there's no need to conserve any form of energy or need to worry about recovery for a race within the next hour. So they're definitely able to give it all that they've got. And we're seeing both of the boats clearly doing that, as you mentioned, with the swing and the push away.
That's a nice, strong finish out of William Smith in their women's 1V. And Hamilton coming in right behind, a little bit more than a boat length maybe, but nice, strong finish. A good finish to that race. We'll see how their times work out. That's a heavy part of the row, getting back.
Yes, it is. Especially when, as we've said, you put it all on the line and then having to row back after you've given everything that you've got. A common call that coxswains will say is not to let go of your oar and fall back. If anything, it is to paddle and slow things down but keep moving, because you do not want to let go of your oar. Despite how exhausted you are post-race.
Yep, letting go of that oar and letting it strike the spleen of the person in front of you is not well received. So our next race will be the Ithaca Bombers and the Skidmore Thoroughbreds. This is the women's 1V.
Yes, it is.
Great shot of the
Ithaca boat.
And the hard-working stake boat.
So
folks.
We have Peyton Fisk in coxswain, Emma Thorne in 8 seat, Noah Stewart in 7th seat, 6th seat Samantha Gallagher, 5th seat Alex Catlin, 4th seat Emmeline Robinson, 3rd seat Kai Link, 2nd seat Hope Oliveira, and 1st seat Julia de Costanzo. This boat has a much larger group of seniors in it compared to any of the other boats as well, and given that the women's senior class is significantly larger than the men's senior class. Our current men's senior class consists of Bryce Williston, who's in the 1V, Cam Strong and Cameron Stanford, who are in the 2V, Sammy Smith, who is currently not here this semester as she is studying in Los Angeles, and myself, who is here commentating on this.
It's a tough thing, isn't it, for a student to relocate from an ideal location like Ithaca, New York, to go out to Los Angeles.
Yeah,
It's a tough transition.
It is
I hope
definitely.
Sammy's okay with that.
Yeah, I know.
So it looks like the racers are just about ready, trying to get alignment, passing along the magic right there.
Yeah. We got Skidmore in lane 3, and we've got Ithaca in lane 2. Ithaca's coxswain Peyton's hand is up. Ooh, it's gone down.
So they look blades buried and ready to pry. There we go.
And they are off.
Nice, strong start. Look at those.
Okay, and now
strokes.
we will go to Shoreline reporter Connor Smith.
Sorry. Can you hear us okay? I know it's not on yet, but you can.
Hey, Sean. I'm now here at the Boatyard Grill, just across the way from the Ithaca Boathouse with Richie Petrina. Richie, the Boatyard Grill is celebrating 25 years in business. What does this milestone look like, and what do the next 25 years for this establishment look like?
We're just excited to keep going. Expect more of these types of things. We transformed the restaurant into a hospitality suite for all the rowing families and friends from both IC, Cornell, and all the visitors from around. So we hope to do this now every time there's a race going on, and just keep doing more things that maybe we haven't done in the last 25 years. So we're excited for more.
And, being so close to both the Ithaca and Cornell boathouses, what does that kind of mean to this establishment, and what do you look for in establishing that community with the rowers and the families, and getting families over here to the grill to celebrate on race day?
So the restaurant's done an amazing job cultivating relationships with all the athletics departments. We are so grateful for folks who come in, before and after. And as we're watching right now, the athletes getting ready, it's inspiring us as a team to work as a team to try to push forward and to be better each time. So it's really neat to be here and seeing these amazing student athletes work so hard. So it's inspiring to be a part of it and to be so close.
Right, and clearly the best seat in the house,
Yeah.
right here. You got a beautiful view out of these windows. The weather, these days has been a little bit iffy. What are your thoughts on the weather from someone who spends a lot of time right here on the water?
Well, this is my office right here overlooking the boathouses, but it's definitely, it's great to be indoors, and we're just happy to open up our doors, especially when we're not normally open to, just have some warm, free tea and coffee for all the folks. But expect more of this, and we just, I can't comment on the weather. That's the one thing I can't promise, but the hospitality at least will be warm.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much. We're so happy to have you here in support of all of the rowing. For now, let's send it back to the boathouse right across the water.
Good luck. Cheers.
Yeah, no. It's incredible to hear from the Boatyard Grill. I'm sure you know this, and I know this. That is one of the most frequented establishments, especially by the rowing teams, because we're right across from the boathouse. It's also extremely hard to ignore the delicious smells of food that come from there every day when we're here at practice.
I'm sure that Connor didn't mind doing a brief report from a warm restaurant, little break from the breezy shoreline. But this race looks like the Ithaca Bombers are are pulling ahead now, all maybe half a boat length
And
over the Skidmore thoroughbreds.
And this is incredible to see. As we know, in the previous morning session, the Ithaca women's 1v had a tough time staying staying caught up with their opponents, and this time it seems they already have open water with them, and they just crossed the 1,000-meter mark. That only goes to show that one loss or one slower time does not stop anyone on the Ithaca team from coming back with a vengeance, and wanting to be faster and better than ever.
It's a fascinating part of the sport how different each race can be. Dan Robinson was saying at the break yesterday, with the extreme weather, there would be one race, headwind and a tailwind, all at the same time, and then the next race would be flat, and the times would be so dramatically improved. So the conditions, but also the race itself, when a boat finds some swing or struggles, has a little bit of a crab, or has a problem with their set, it makes a huge difference in the time, because it's a 6 or 7 minutes is a short time to compete. So it looks like the Ithaca women, again, they have that bit of efficiency over the Skidmore boat.
Both teams are now approaching the 1,500-meter mark, which means that once again they're going to start hearing the cheers. We're going to start hearing the cheers from here in the boathouse. And as always, that's incredible to hear. I think it's also very encouraging for both boats to hear the support that they get from their teammates, from their family that has come out to see them. It's also really good for the Ithaca women's 1v. It's not necessarily a new lineup, but it is significantly different from last year's lineup. And given that the Ithaca women are looking to potentially get that 8th Liberty League win, this is a good indicator of how they can bounce back despite conditions.
Absolutely. And as they go into this 500, it was a great shot from the shore. That's the spectator's eye view. And then back to also great, this drone shot here. This is the sprint. You can hear there's hollering. There's a lot of hollering to cheer these folks on, because this, like we said, this is it. They got to dump their tanks and completely finish. And you can see stroke rates come up, but also that body swing, the power they're putting into it. This will be the maximum of the race. It's sort of it's the bookend to the start, where maybe you're prying the boat, you're pushing it, hard. But this, you've already got the boat moving, and also drains you more. It's more taxing on your body, and also for some rowers, you're hanging on by your fingernails, because
definitely
you can feel, you might love the sport, but right here it's a burning love. Your lungs, your thighs, you're right on the edge, or you should be.
These are the moments where you realize how much you love the sport, but also question how much do you love this sport to keep doing this and keep showing up. And as I mentioned, many of the athletes in the women's 1v are seniors, so they are all people who have done this for the last 4 years.
And that's a nice strong finish for the Ithaca women's at about 7:15, and here come the thoroughbreds at about 7:23. Nice strong finish out of them as well. It's a good race. That was a nice close race too. And again, this is a great view, all sweeping all the way down the inlet. Then we have the men coming up next.
Yes, we have the men's varsity 8 with Hamilton and Hobart for our first men's race of the afternoon session. Or the second, men's race of the afternoon session.
That's a nice shot of the Hobart program, and the bow seat has a very nice reflective rowing apparel.
I was going to say,
We can't miss that Hobart boat.
definitely.
So they're just swinging around there by the stake boat.
It's always interesting to see the different gear that each of the teams have, because I'm sure if enough people see that vest and see that reflective vest, I can see Coach Stengel being asked whether that can be something that the men's team can get.
Well, it's obviously required. This
Yeah.
is a necessary
Exactly.
apparel.
There's a need for this.
So I would imagine this is kind of it's a sweet spot to race in. You've already had a race. You've gotten some of your jitters out, and most of these athletes, like we said, you train so much. You train year round, so that to do 2 races in a day, it takes it out of you. But they have the training to do it and to compete, at the high level for 2 races in a day.
Yeah. Something Coach Stengel likes to say, and even Coach Lentz likes to say, is whenever we do a workout, whether it's steady state or a tough piece, especially steady state, is we like to say that it's money in the bank, and it's something that is there to prove to us as athletes that this is something that we can do. It's something where you can work out for an entire hour and a half, 2 hours, do a 2K, and then go out on the water. And it's all for days like this, that whenever you have that little doubt that creeps in your mind, you can kind of go back and be like, nope, look at all of this work that I've done over the last year. That just proves that I have what it takes to do this.
It's interesting that these teams have. Now you all were lucky; you had a nice staycation. But these other teams who go to the sunnier climes, they go to South Carolina, Virginia, Georgia. It's a great way, to build up the team and everything. But you also have that. There's some extras that are not all positive. That long bus ride. So. In terms of putting your deposits into the bank, you got to balance it out a little bit.
You really do. We now have the results for the race between Hobart's 3V and 4V. In first place, Hobart's 3V with 6:12.3, and in second place, Hobart's 4V with 6:34.9.
So I don't know how the coach feels about that, but about 20 seconds. Between the boats, but those were good, strong efforts by both of those votes. It looks like the Hamilton Hobart race. Looks like the blades are buried, and
we're waiting on Hamilton. Oh no, the hand went down. And they are off.
Nice. That's great power out of Hobart right there. That's a great start. And just right there, the first 15 or 20 strokes, Hamilton's down 2 seats. So that's a really nice start. So we'll just see how Hamilton responds. If they hang in, they establish themselves, get the momentum of their boat rolling. I noticed Hobart's rowers are wearing some leggings that are they're not exactly understated.
Yes, those striped purple and orange spandex longs, I was going to say. Once again, Hobart is doing a very good job of making sure no one forgets who they are on this inlet.
Well, they're doing it with their rowing and with their color palette.
Yes, they are. Especially for a town that is quite used to blue and white and red. To have colors like orange and purple out here on the inlet definitely stands out.
The Hobart boat is so steady and solid. They're just gradually gradually gaining to just getting open water. And you'll see if Hamilton, again, we've mentioned it so many times, but psychologically it's so important if you can maintain that bow to stern contact, because you know you're in it. You can over with the bow to stern, you can overtake them in the final 500, and beyond that, it's beyond uphill.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, kind of hard to tell from this shot, but oh no, we're seeing a unofficial marker where we know for a fact that they are approaching those bridges. And once again, Hobart is in lane 3, which means that they will have the bigger turn. So it is an opportunity, if Hamilton continues to stay on them, to potentially overtake some seats.
I mean, Hamilton's is hanging in there. If they can, they've lost the bow to stern contact, but if they can keep it shorter than a boat length, which they are barely hanging on to now, that will give them some fuel to keep going. But again, they're in that middle 1,000, and they are grinding it out. Hobart seems to be in a very solid rhythm. The stroke rate's not super high, but they're very efficient. They've got good power. And this drone view is so helpful to see the puddles to measure the power and the efficiency of the boats as they work their way down the course.
Not slow down during that time under that bridge.
Yeah.
They took that turn with as much power as they could, and that crew completely trusted their coxswain to navigate them through that.
Yeah. And again, they're probably close enough that if the Hamilton coxswain called out for a power 10 or for increased pressure, the Hobart coxswain could probably hear it, and they responded. They also have put on a little bit more as they're coming up to the boatyard grill and approaching the 1,500 meter buoys. That looks like close to probably 2 boat lengths that Hobart has.
As you said, anything less than a bow to stern distance between boats is an uphill battle. That being said, as we established, rowers are not going to back away from that battle. So as much of a gap as it may seem to all of us viewing from this live stream or from the side of the inlet, Hamilton is not giving up.
So as they cross the last 500 meters, that was a great, this view, you see how they're reaching out to get more length, to put down more power. When they get to maybe the final sprint, maybe with the 300, they might shorten that up a little bit. But right there, it looked like they were really reaching out to get as much water as they can, to apply as much pressure and get the most efficiency. It's great to hear the crowd.
It really is. And it's insane to hear it both from the live stream itself, but also hear it from them being right outside the wardroom or boathouse and right across from it.
Well, Hamilton does need to get going. It would be great if they can cut down on their deficit. Hobart is pouring it on. They are going to have a strong finish. And again, their stroke rate's up a bit, but it's more a steady, powerful application than more and like the rower from William Smith said, avoiding a sort of a frantic or a panic pace. They are completely composed. You don't see excessive motion. The heads are all lined up. Great finish right there. Under the 6 minutes. Nice finish. And the Continentals. Come on, Hamilton. There we go. That's a good, strong finish out of them. Nice pulling there.
We're now getting ready to have the next men's 1v8 race, which is Skidmore versus Ithaca. Ithaca in lane 3, Skidmore in lane 2. In terms of lineup for the men's 1v, we have Jake Patterson in Coxon, Detzer 8 seat, Reese Peloton 7 seat, Liam Dickey 6 seat, 5 seat Andrew Coit, 4 seat Bright Williston, 3 seat Tynan Fields, 2 seat Marshall Adams, and 1 seat Nico Greenberg.
This is a great shot. You get to see how they're just cranking their legs down, really getting that hard, fast start, getting as much power out of those first 20, 30 strokes as they can to see if they can get an edge. And it looks like the Bombers already have 3 seats and growing. So that was a really nice start for the Bombers. See if the Skidmore Thoroughbreds respond here as they come up to the pedestrian bridge. They're not quite to the 500, but it does look like the Bombers are lengthening out right here. Really, just some more puddle talk. Their puddles look good. You see the power and how they're clearing the bow seats puddle clears all the way back. So that's a sign of a good solid boat run. And they have open water now on the Thoroughbreds.
Yeah. Shout out to Nico Greenberg, who is one of the men's team's captains and also bow seat of the men's varsity 8 for the Ithaca men's rowing program. As you mentioned, I got the chance, in terms of like puddles and pushing harder, I got the chance to talk to Jake Patterson during the break, who is the coxswain for the 1v, and I got to see him like reviewing his race plan and things like that, and kind of adjusting it to be, as we said, the last race of the day, and him talking to his boat and figuring out what worked and what didn't work in the morning races and how to adjust and account for that in the afternoon race session.
Well, it's a challenge if Nico, the bow oarsman really has to concentrate on the set of the boat. On the other end, the coxswain is steering, quarterbacking, and the stroke is setting the pace, setting the bodies in motion. And as it works, all that energy works its way down the boat. You've got Nico in the bow who's going to try, if it needs to be, make very small corrections to keep the boat set. But they look like they're pretty close to a boat length over Skidmore now to the Bombers. So very solid as we come under the bridges. It looks like they're a stroke rate. They haven't raised it up, and it looks like Skidmore has increased their stroke rate a little bit. So we'll see if they can close the gap a bit on the turn here.
Excellent coxing from Jake Patterson. We saw him approach that bend and then immediately straighten out to avoid any collision of any sort.
Ashan, are you focused on Reese?
I am.
Seven,
I think
the rower to watch.
The rower to watch, seat 7, stern pair, Max Detzer and Reese Peloton. As you mentioned about setting rate, Max and Reese are both incredible oarsmen to follow from behind, who are able to set the pace in a way that all the oarsmen behind them are able to manage it well. And so that Nico, while he does have to focus on set and power, can still stay in time with all of them, and bow pair is able to adjust equally.
Yeah, that stroke pair, it's always interesting to try to find those people who, in terms of conversation, say, oh, this person's easy to talk to. That stroke pair, they need to be easy to follow.
Yep.
And then it looks like here that Ithaca is opening up over a boat length over the Skidmore Thoroughbreds, and they are approaching the 1,500 meter mark, and the cheering section of the boatyard grill going under the power lines that ate a drone several years ago. Great shore shot here. So they'll probably, it looks like they've got good length like reaching out, getting some power, but they will be kicking it up over the next 100 meters following the race plan. Would you say that's 2 boat lengths or?
I would say it's close to 2 boat lengths,
Yeah.
maybe a boat and a half between them. We're actively seeing all the oarsmen in the Ithaca 1v definitely push hard, but Skidmore is not backing down either. They're giving the Ithaca men's rowing definitely a run for that money in terms of trying to slow down. They're not giving them a reason to.
Yeah, they're going to try and close that gap. Both of the boats, you can tell, have increased their stroke rate and also the power that they're putting into it. As Ithaca's getting closer to that finish line, maybe 200 to go, it looks like they're maintaining that lead over the Skidmore thoroughbreds. But it's a nice strong finish, so we'll see how their time does as they get close to the finish line. The Skidmore thoroughbreds are not backing down. They're maintaining, trying to close that gap. It looks like they're gaining a little bit.
But Ithaca's pushing away just as hard.
Yeah.
Shout out to Liam Dickey, who is a sophomore in this boat, of seniors and juniors.
That's great. And the Ithaca men came in just over the 6-minute mark. That's a nice strong finish for them. And Skidmore coming in
just under 6:30. We're now getting ready for the women's 2v8 with William Smith and Hamilton. You can see, I believe that's the Hamilton boat getting ready to line up and make its way to the stake boats.
It's great to have a protected place like the inlet to row, but when it comes time to maneuver the boats, not a ton of room.
Not a ton of room. If I believe between the start, after the start, there's about roughly 400 meters that all the teams have to work with. So it definitely is on the coxswains to make sure they maneuver that space as best as possible.
Now they're different races. Every race is different, but of course we can't help ourselves. We have to compare the race times. I'd be curious to see how Ithaca. It looks like this may be unofficial, posted a time in that Skidmore race. Ithaca crossing 6:13.63, which is a little bit ahead of Hamilton's time in the prior race with Hobart. But again, Hobart's under 6 minutes. That's the power of their program. They dominated the races, but some good times. I'm sure that Coach Stengel would love to see that 6 minutes fall away. But it's great that the Bombers came in just a little bit under 3 seconds faster than the Hamilton boat in the timing. Some of the viewers who've been with us might not recognize the meteorological phenomenon that is sunlight that's out there right now. It's warmed up a bit.
Yeah,
but as you can see, the Hamilton coxswain not taking any chances, full puffer.
Especially as we've talked about splashing and backflash and things like that, the more you get into it while you want to be efficient, the chance of you getting splashed is still really high. And especially for coxswains who are stationary for most of the race, being drenched and not moving is not ideal. For even though it may not be ideal for the rowers, they are at least moving, so they are generating some form of body heat. So as we saw before with Knight Atkins of the men's 2v, in her safety suit, it's always better to be over prepared than under prepared, especially in Ithaca where the weather can change on a whim.
Just working on that, the challenge of the alignment and the stake boats there. They're passing the power there in the Hamilton boat. It is nice to see the sun. I'm sure the rowers they're happy to have that.
That little boost of dopamine.
So they're getting closer. Both have some hands up. Just waiting to see. Looks like the rowers have buried their blades.
And they are off. Just from the side angle, it seems that Hamilton may have a seat ahead. No, they look pretty neck and neck, actually.
I thought the exact same thing, and I think they had their initial strokes. They had a bit more power and just a little bit more drive than Skidmore, and it looks like now they have a seat. So they won the start.
Yeah. It will be interesting to see with Hamilton in lane 3 and William Smith in lane 2 how both teams fare.
Both boats they're lengthening out now into different. You can tell again the tail of the puddles. The power application is different than that start when they're really prying the boat. But here we are at about 500. Would you say that's 2 seats?
I would say it's close to 2 seats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, the coaches on the bicycles on the on the left. Again, probably the inlet is a intimate enough venue that the coaches can actually scream, can yell at the boats.
No, I got to hear over during the break some of the women, Ithaca women, talking to head coach Beth about how they heard her cheering them on as they were coming down the coast while she was on her bike. And like I said, it's amazing to hear that level of support, and with the viewing of this inlet, be able to hear that support. Sometimes you, for example, at the Saratoga Springs Racecourse, you can hear cheering, you have no clue who's cheering. You just hear a lot of shouting and you assume that that's your teammates cheering on for you. So to have a difference like that where here in Ithaca, you can distinctly say who is cheering for who and who the person that is cheering for you is also just an incredible feeling. Hamilton and William Smith are, as we said, like 2.5, maybe 3 to 4 seats in between them, but they are approaching those bridges. And as we've noted, those bridges are a major turning point, just not only in the inlet, but also potentially for boats that are this close together.
So this is a very close race because you don't know how much effort the other boat in their race plan is putting forward for this middle 1,000. Some people are going to save a little bit, some people are really pushing it. So as long, I mean, with the boats this close and the race this close, and that's a great move through the bridges there.
William Smith definitely caught some of those seats up with Hamilton, compared to before they went under those bridges.
Yeah.
So while the Hamilton Coxswain navigated those bridges really well, so did the William Smith Coxswain.
This is one of the closest races of the day, and it's great to see. It looks like very similar stroke rate, very similar power application, and it's going to be in a race like this. You wonder what is the difference going to be. Like maybe one boat has a little bit better set, or has a little bit more efficiency, or digs, and this one will come down to probably who has a better sprint in the last 400.
Yeah, it's races like these. As you mentioned, we haven't had an instance for this today during the Cayuga duels, but it's races like this that why at the finish line we have a camera set up, videoing every finish, so that in the off chance we have a race that's this close, we are able to see whose bow ball crosses the finish line first. And now we have an inverse of how the race was in the beginning, of William Smith having about 2 to 3 seats on Hamilton.
Yeah, there haven't been many lead changes
Yeah.
in the races that we've seen. And again, we've talked about it in every single race, is that turn where the bridge is. But this one, I think, really made the difference. This race vindicated us talking about it endlessly.
Yeah, no, exactly.
This whole day of racing.
For anyone who has been watching from the beginning, and it's like they keep bringing up these bridges, I've not seen anything. It was all for this race. It was all for this race to prove it.
But again, this is great length. Look at the rowers really reaching out, getting their blades in simultaneously, good rhythm. But this is a close race, so it's going to come down. And you can hear the crowd.
That side angle was deceptively making it seem like Hamilton was fully just caught up with that boat. And now this upper angle makes us see that like they are on them.
Yeah.
Hamilton is right on William Smith.
Yep, I think Hamilton applied the pressure. The coxswain called for some power, and probably William Smith heard it, and the coxswain responded. But now, they're gaining on them. They've gained a seat. So this is going to be a great finish, great race. And the fans agree.
Yes, they do.
Look at William Smith. They really got some nice length and power. So they're really holding them off. They're going to have a nice, strong finish. Again, this is great coverage to be so close. And another great thing about a close race is we see both boats, such a tight shot like this. I'm not concealing my excitement.
No, not at all. That's the one thing about racing. When it's this close, it's just, the excitement is pouring out of everyone. And if everyone listening can hear, you can definitely hear how excited everyone else on land is to see such a close race.
And that's a great finish. They came in about 7:10. And look at that. That's only 3-4 seconds difference. That's a great race. Good effort. It's funny because I think this was the only time I said, well, they won the start.
Yeah.
Well, at least they won the start. But that was a great race, and a little bit of back and forth, which we haven't seen too much of.
Now we are getting ready for the women's 2v8, Ithaca and Skidmore. Ithaca in lane 2, Skidmore in lane 3.
I wonder if in this boathouse there's a box of 20 or 30,000 of those yellow hats.
Honestly,
somewhere.
They might be.
There could be a hat bunker.
Yeah. The women's team just seems to have them on hand when it's time for the first time any of the women's team races I've seen, Becky in the past and Beth now hand them out, and I really want to see where they're getting these hats from.
It's a great tradition, and I know I've spoken with parents of both Ithaca rowers and opponents of Ithaca rowers who they know those are the Ithaca women for cheering for or against. There's no question who they are.
You're either excited to see those hats or you fear those hats because your competition is here. A quick reminder of the women's 2v lineup. We have Sarah in the coxswain seat, CJ Owen in 8th seat, Melanie Heim in 7th seat, Claire Edwards in 6th seat, Emily Murphy in 5th seat, Yasmina Val in 4th seat, Lauren Hubbard in 3rd seat, Kate March in 2nd seat, and Maisie Segas in 1 seat.
Oh dear, I hope that's just the line. They were probably clearing that from the boat, and it wasn't something more dire for the Ithaca boat. I think probably just the line from the stake boat got caught under the rudder.
Even if something were to happen, the women's team has proven that their coxswains are innovative enough to deal with the situation. For anyone who tuned into the Cayuga duels, I believe last year, one of the women's boats lost a skeg or maybe their rudder, and their coxswain became the rudder.
Yes, a little hand steering.
And so they are off.
It's a good start again. You see all of the rowers just driving those legs, prying that boat. Nice start for Ithaca Bombers. Very nice start.
Okay, now we're going to go join Connor Smith on the shoreline.
Sean Parrish, thanks so much. I'm now here with Justin, the head coach of Ithaca men's rowing. Coach, headed into the season, now give me a little bit of behind the scenes about the preseason getting to today. What'd you like? What are you still trying to work towards as we get started in the season?
Yeah, so we put a lot of indoor time in. Obviously, this is typically frozen in January, February, so we're on the machines and working with our strength and conditioning coach, Coach Coop, has done a good job getting the team ready with that stuff. And then we're building towards the championship races, so trying to get to May 1st and the Liberty League Championships, and races like today kind of help the team learn a little something about themselves and how we want to race and changes we need to make and things we want to keep in the race. Yeah.
And you've had some success in the Liberty League the past couple of years.
Yep.
What do you take from that experience into a home opener like today?
Yeah, I think we come in with the bullseye on our back, two-time defending champs. It was great to have Skidmore come in this year, and Hobart is always our first race of the season. That's been going back for decades now, so that's always a good one. And we just want to kind of put our marker out there and lay down some good pieces and just kind of restart that championship progress as we kind of try and build week to week as we go forward.
Right now, taking all of that into account, looking at the races today, what did you see from the team that you liked? What are you still looking to improve upon as you continue through this season?
Yeah, no, it was a good day. I thought the 1V in the first round didn't really row their own race. I thought they looked a little flustered, and we talked about that in between. And the 2V in their first piece looked a little bit more like their practice crew I'd seen this week. And we'll see, they're coming down here shortly. But I thought the 1B had a good response and really kind of started to find themselves and row the rhythm. I haven't had a chance to talk to them since they got off the water, but getting the win over Skidmore was good. And, what they're doing over there with those coaches, I think that program is on the rise, so it's good to continue to get the W against them.
Right, and Coach, one last question for you. The Ithaca Bombers are always such a tight-knit community. What do you see about the culture of this particular team compared to other teams you might have seen in the past?
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of what we talk about is the culture, and really trying to make the team an environment that is challenging but positive, and that's sport in general. You're really trying to put your foot down on the gas pedal, but you want to do it with those around you. So we talk a lot about challenging ourselves and those around us to be their best, and if we do that, good things are going to happen.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks so much. Yeah. Good luck for the rest of the day and for the rest of the season.
Yeah,
Sean and Parrish, let's head back to you in the center.
Thank you, Connor. So we're back with the women's 2v8, and Ithaca is clearly in the lead. Roughly maybe a boat length, maybe a boat length and a half between them. It did not seem that Skidmore was able to utilize the curve of the bridge to get ahead, like in how...
We just had the one race.
Yeah, we just had
the one
race. We're going to still hold on to it. We're going to keep hoping the bridges work their magic for whichever team is behind. Unfortunately, as we discussed in the past, while I do root for the underdog, Ithaca is in this race. So as much as we are not biased in these situations, the fact that Ithaca is in the lead is not something that we are complaining about.
We have to live with it.
However, Skidmore is continuing to hold their own. That gap is they're trying to continue to get that gap smaller than it is right now. We actively see as they go under these bridges that Skidmore's crew is pushing, as we can see from their puddles. As you said, the puddles tell us a story, and the amount of them and how far they are getting from the last one just shows that they are pushing real hard.
It looks like Ithaca might have a slightly higher boat stroke rate, and opening up a little bit. And again, it's not just that they have the higher stroke rate. They look like they have a more efficient application of power. And really, Skidmore, if from a boat length back, it's a very tough thing to overcome that type of a margin. And as we see them, with this great shoreline shot coming along, this is a great opportunity to watch these rowers, see what they're focusing on, getting that length, burying that blade, and then driving those legs.
Yeah. As Coach Stengel mentioned for the men's team, and I'm sure this is just as applicable to the women's team as well, the teams have come back strong following their first set of races. They haven't let anything get them down or stand in their way, and they've actively used the break to analyze how they performed and not let it come back. This is the third group of Ithaca rowing that we've seen that have definitely taken any of the mistakes that they made in the previous race or any of the frustrations that they had and turned it into energy to push it and leave everything out on the line here for that last race of the day.
It was interesting listening to Coach Stengel. It's a very different type of sport, especially for people who have spent hours and perhaps money watching the basketball, NCAA basketball playoffs. The races are ongoing. It's a very different, and as the rower said, the composure, the confidence. And Coach Stengel said in the 1v, the first race, they didn't race their race. They didn't stay within themselves. Maybe they didn't follow their race plan. But it's great that they had this second race to bounce back from it. But in this race here, the Ithaca women's 2v, very composed, good power, and once again talking about the puddles, they're very steady and maybe even opening up, getting towards 2 boat lengths lead. It's perhaps too much to overcome at this point, but very good rowing. Technically again, the drones are they're amazing. Greatest thing since email. You could, watching the blades enter, and I'm sure that the coaches use all this footage. And even for the casual fan, here's the women coming across at about 7:37. That's a good strong finish for the 2v. And then coming in to finish here, Skidmore. And again, exhausted. your legs are burning, lungs are burning, and then the coxswain says, "Keep moving the boat." So
Exactly.
to get it back to the dock. But it is nice to see, folks, that is the sun that's reflected off the inlet. So it's a much more pleasant rowing experience right now.
And now we have the men's 1v results for the afternoon session. Hobart in first place with 557.5, Ithaca in second place with 613.63, Hamilton in third place with 616.2, and Skidmore in fourth place with 629.76. That is definitely a very good turnaround for the Ithaca men's rowing team, for compared to that morning racing.
That's great to see, and I'm sure one of the things that the team can build on, and even for the day, is to finish better. Like that's a sign of building and growing, just to finish better, finish stronger.
Now we're getting ready for the men's 2v8 between Hobart and Skidmore. And here we have them off, both having strong starts.
And again, but you look at Hobart and the power that they put down on those first 20 strokes, and we'll see when we get to the overhead how much of an advantage they have on this. See all the seats.
Yeah.
So
No.
it's just there's physically strong rowers, and great start. Also looks like Skidmore drifting a little bit over into the shallows.
Okay. Now we're going to join Connor Smith on the shoreline.
Ashan, thanks so much. I'm up here on the balcony of the Ithaca Boathouse. It's getting a little toasty out here. I think it's actually time to start taking off the gloves. We're nearing 50 degrees now here in Ithaca along the water. 47 to be exact. The sun is out. People are starting to shed their coats and get a lot more happy with the weather situation right now. It was a little chilly this morning, but all of the rowers, they're used to it. Used to being out on the water, but the sunshine certainly does make a difference. And for these last few regattas, they will certainly reap the benefits. So this is a really great viewpoint. As you can see behind me, you can see the whole water. It's such a beautiful day here out on Cayuga Inlet. Just such an honor to get to do some really solid reporting here in the Ithaca area. I'll have a few more updates for you, but for now, let's head back inside the boathouse with Ashan and Parrish.
Yeah. So as we can see from before we went to Connor, Hobart has quite the lead. I would say that I'm going to estimate 3-4 boat lengths.
Yeah.
Between them. Any rough guesses of what happened for this gap? We haven't even seen this gap when Hobart faced the Ithaca 1V or any of the other. Well, those were the 1Vs, but even in the case of the other 2Vs, there wasn't this much of a gap.
It's hard to say. I think I don't know if Skidmore struggled with its start. Hobart did the opposite of struggling with their start. They rocketed off that start. They had great power. And also, like we talked about before, if you're in the 2V, most people want to be in the 1V. So, they're motivated to really row their best, maybe get in the 1V, push the 1V, and also, again, Hobart's Division 1. They're a very strong, very mature program. So, just by athlete comparison, maybe size, height, weight, erg time, they probably have a bit of an edge on the thoroughbreds, but also again, watching them technically, they don't bobble, their blades go in simultaneously, they apply power simultaneously. So it's really, you know, for a coach, this is what you want to see. This is, you know, really. That's also nice to see the sun. Maybe Connor's going to go to his sunglasses later, but this is solid rowing.
Beautiful technique. For people who have been tuning in since the beginning of the live stream, there is an active contrast difference between the live stream now and when it was back then. As Connor said, it's time to start shedding those gloves. I can only imagine how nice it is for these rowers out there to feel the sun on their back, their skin, as they are rowing down the course. And as Connor mentioned, cold weather is nothing new for anyone in the upstate New York area, especially the Ithaca area. Ithaca is just coming out of its, what we like to call up here, its fake spring, where the weather decides to become really nice and warm and then become frigid. Case in point, next weekend looks like it's going to be a mix of snow and rain. So that will definitely be an interesting development. Hopefully it's not as cold as it was yesterday, and racing does not need to be postponed. But as it was said, it is nothing new for any of these crews.
This, you know, as we discussed, Hobart has quite the lead over this. Hobart's halfway through their sprint, and Skidmore just getting to the 500 meter point. So it'll be interesting to see. And again, each race is different. These are probably better. The rowing conditions are probably getting better as the day goes on. Maybe faster, just certainly more enjoyable. But it'll be interesting to see how this Hobart, their 2V time, compares to the 1V times of Ithaca, Skidmore, and Hamilton. But again, look, this is you know, Skidmore doesn't have the depth of a Hobart program, but this 2V though, they're rowing very solid. They're putting their blades in all together. The application of power looks pretty consistent. They're moving the boat nicely. They're just outmatched. And there's Hobart at 6:06-ish. So that's a you know, a better time than, you know, the 1V boats of Hamilton, Ithaca, and Skidmore. But that's beautiful shot there.
Love the light reflecting off of the inlet as we're doing this 360 view.
Yeah. And look, I mean, they're putting everything. Look at the puddles, show the power, they show the efficiency of the boat. They're pretty much clearing their puddles. So that's a good strong finish, and we'll see if they how they do on their time. They'll come in under 7 probably.
Yes, they are.
So that's a nice strong finish for them. Are we closing in on?
Yeah. No.
Last.
Yes.
Race.
It is the last race of the day. It is the men's 2v8, Hamilton and Ithaca. Hamilton in lane 2, Ithaca in lane 3. A quick reminder as the boats are coming up, a quick reminder of the Ithaca men's 2v lineup. We have Knight Adkins in the coxswain seat, Liam Conahan in 8th seat, Nolan Boswell in 7th seat, Henry Hersberger in 6th seat, Leo Covello in 5th seat, Connor Brighton in 4th seat, Brody Hart in 3rd seat, Cameron Strong in 2nd seat, and Cameron Stanford in 1 seat. Also, as a reminder, shout out to Cameron Strong, who is functioning as the Ironman today because this is his 3rd race of the day. I don't know about the other teams, but he is the only one on the Ithaca men's rowing docket that has rown 3 races today. I'm sure he's greatly appreciative of. Yeah, we can see him right now on the live
stream. And now he's handling
right
he's handling Cam Strong's oar.
Oh, he's making sure
an Iron Man.
Making sure that getting into that stake boat. I'm sure he's very thankful to the coaches and the organizers of the Cayuga duels that they planned to give him at least an hour and a half between his races. Speaking of Cam Strong, as we can see, just as much as I love that mitten, it's clear that the broadcasters as well. He
Yes.
gets his own little title card. Um, no bias whatsoever, no special privilege or anything, but
I think it's obvious that the production group talked to the Cox and said, get the boat out of alignment a little bit so we can get some footage of Cam Strong working the other Camerons or really focus in on him. So that was a great job.
exactly. And look at this beautiful sunny weather that we are seeing right now, reflecting perfectly off the white long sleeves of the entire men's rowing
Yeah.
program. Knight Atkins' hand is in the air as they get in alignment. This is the last race of the day, which means they get to put everything out on the line here right now. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be an exciting finish to this day.
And Cam Strong's just saying to himself, it's just one more race.
Exactly.
Nothing to it. Again, a great thing about this shot is, and they're off, is to see how they change from relaxed but focus into a full press and driving their legs like they are right here. And we'll see who wins the start.
Also, if anyone has been paying attention to the specific, as you mentioned, like how the oarsmen faces look, another stark thing you notice is the fact that a bunch of them have sunglasses on now, which that was not the case in the morning because they did not need them. But it's nice to see that they've prepped for the weather. The Ithaca men's team is very clearly very attuned to the fickleness of the weather here.
And it's cooler looking. So looks like the Ithaca
men are slightly ahead.
They won the start, and now they got to settle in, find their rhythm, and hopefully, like Coach Stangl was saying, they row their race, they stay in the boat, they follow their own race plan, they're steady, and they hold off the challenge. But at about 500, they're up 3-4 seats or more over the Hamilton Continentals.
And as we can see, both crews are equally pushing it away. The puddles are moving just as quickly as they are, which shows that they're putting a good even press on those oars as they dig those blades into the water.
It looks like Ithaca has a slightly higher stroke rate, so I don't know if we'll see. But Hamilton is right there with them, so they obviously have a lot of efficiency and power. But it'll be interesting to see if, as they approach this 1,000, our unofficial murky 1,000 meter mark, if they're going to increase their stroke rate, if the Cox is going to call out for a bit more, because Ithaca's opening up to maybe half a boat length lead.
Yeah. Also, this will be the last time that we mention it. We are reaching that turning point. Quite literally, that bridge that could make or break everything. Ithaca's in the third lane, the outer lane with the biggest turn, so that could either give them a bigger lead over the Hamilton boat, or it could allow the Hamilton boat to catch up to them.
Hamilton needs to press a little bit here to make sure that Ithaca doesn't get too much of a lead on them. It's a difficult thing psychologically. If you get too far behind, I think also it pumps up the boat that's ahead when you see you have a full, especially when you get that full boat length, and you can, of course, you're focused, your eyes are in the boat, but maybe you can just see that boat trailing you, and that keeps you digging in. And again, this is the middle 1,000, so they get into their race plan, they get into their rhythm and try to keep it.
Knight Atkins expertly navigating that turn and making sure that she got them through that bridge without giving up too much. I can only imagine what she's telling her crew to make sure that they continue to push and keep that stroke rate up, because they have not let that go the entire this entire 1,000, now coming on the 1,500 mark.
So it does look like Ithaca's got a slightly higher stroke rate, and I wonder if Hamilton, they're on the downhill part of the race now. They need to push a little bit. If they want to, close in on them, make it close enough so that when they get to the last, 600, they can still make a move. Never get tired of this view. This is a great shot.
Exactly. And the shot only gets better because it's in the sunlight now.
Exactly. Again, coming up to where the crowd is located at the point here. And it does look like Ithaca's opening up a little bit more of a lead. A very robust boat length, and maybe a boat length and a half. And they're coming up to that 500-meter buoy and figuring out how much of a sprint they're going to have last race of the day. So it's time to empty the tanks. Well, Ithaca seemed to have maybe 2 boat lengths there lead, and they're hitting it now, as is Hamilton. You can tell there's a little vigorous splash there for the final push out of the Ithaca boat. They are really hammering it, and they're trying to open up that lead. It looks like maybe more than 2 boat lengths now,
possibly now,
over Hamilton. So, but again, that's hard to sustain. So, we'll see how if they run out of juice a little bit, if Hamilton closes, if they've rode at a slightly lower stroke rate, and then they can maybe pour it on at the very end. But it's too much of a deficit for them to overcome now.
Yeah, as you said, it's an uphill battle once it's no longer stern to bow, and it's honestly on both teams to come up with a race plan to decide how much of a gap is a gap that they can cover in this final sprint. And as we're seeing, neither team is giving it up.
So they're crossing at a 6:32:33. That's a nice finish. You can still see the wind is moving that flag very nicely. It's still a nice tailwind. And there's Hamilton crossing at about a 6:47. That's a nice race. Great way to wrap up the day.
It really is. And what a change for the Ithaca, both the men's and the women's programs in that second half of racing. You can clearly, as I mentioned before, you can clearly tell that they didn't let whatever happened in the morning session bring them down, and they took that break to regroup, touch base with their coxswains, touch base with their coaches again, and come back on the water and lay it all out there again.
And maybe it's just a scientific fact that as the temperature increases, the Ithaca Bombers row faster and faster, so that as we get to May, they will be unstoppable.
Exactly.
Get that Liberty League double championship again. That was a great day of racing.
Yeah, we now have the women's 2V results for the afternoon session. We have William Smith in first with 7:10.1. We have Hamilton in second with 7:14.4. We have Ithaca in third with 7:32.38, and we have Skidmore in fourth with 7:44.56. Okay, now we're going to join Connor Smith on the shoreline.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm now here with Melanie and Claire, part of the Ithaca Women's 2v8 team, who just defeated Skidmore by 12 whole seconds just a few months before. Ladies, walk me through this race. At what point in the race did you know that you had this one?
Yeah, I mean, it felt really good compared to our first race. 1,000 in, I think we started to really get our groove and really start to feel it. Skidmore started to walk up a little bit on us, but we weren't letting that happen. We really started connecting together and just pushing and keeping our power on it. It felt really awesome.
And Claire, what does a win like this mean early in the season, looking forward now as you face more regattas coming up?
A win like this means for the team, it really helps with our mentality and being able to realize that we have the power that we need to do well later on in the season, and it's a very big confidence boost for all of us.
Right, now coming into a home opener like this, walk me through a little bit about what preseason looked like for the both of you and how that prepared you for a win today.
Yeah, preseason for us, over winter training, we had a lot of indoor races. And then over spring break, we were in Georgia, getting our first strokes on the water, getting our kinks out a little bit. So then getting back here in Ithaca, being able to have that home opener as our first race was super awesome to be all together as a team, have our family here, have our friends come out and support us.
Nice. And my favorite question to ask, are there any pre-regatta superstitions or things that you do as a team? The culture here just seems fantastic.
Yeah.
I think as a team, sometimes we have team dinners. It really varies boat to boat, but usually we have meetings the day beforehand. And I know everybody has their own pre-ritual that they like to follow the day before the race.
Yeah. And then we also have a fun little cheer that we like to do to send our boats off onto the water as they're heading out, just to give them an extra little jump to go off the water.
That's amazing. Well,
Yeah.
congratulations on the win today. Thanks for joining me today. One last time, I'm Connor Smith on your shoreline. For the last time, I'll send it back to the booth.
Okay, so that seems like it is a wrap on racing today. Thank you to everyone who tuned in and watched the 2026 Cayuga Duels. It has been a pleasure being your commentator today, and Parrish, it has been a pleasure commentating beside you.
Loved it. It was great.
Great. Thank you so much. Hope you all tune in next week for Ithaca's next set of races and Senior Day.